Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the defense track of the Warsaw Security Forum 2022. My name is Federica D'Alessandra, and I have the distinct pleasure of being today's Master of Ceremony. It's great to see so many of you here. This is a full room, so many familiar faces. And of course, so many are also following online. To anyone who is following today's discussion, please do participate to the conversation by using the hashtag WSF2022. Today's program is full, and for those of us here in person, there is simultaneous translation that is available via the headsets that has been handed over to you. Insofar as the agenda is concerned, of course, you can consult the app of the Warsaw Security Forum 2022, or you have the program that has been handed over to you at registration. And we want this conversation to happen with all of you. There's a microphone here for those who wish to ask questions, so please think proactively about what you would like to ask our speakers. The program today is full of insight from the governmental, non-governmental sectors, as well as industry. And we will be discussing how to improve partnerships and strengthen capabilities to improve European defense and security in response to evolving threats. I am looking very much forward to the conversation, and I do not want to keep us from our speakers. So on that note, I would like to invite to the podium our first speaker of the day for his opening remarks. Zbigniew Pulaski needs no introduction, of course, as the founder and co-chair of the Warsaw Security Forum and of its organizing party, the Casimir Pulaski Foundation. He deserves so much gratitude. We all owe him a debt of gratitude for the opportunity to be here today and have this conversation. It would not be possible without Zbigniew and the foundation. So with that being said, let's give him a warm round of applause and welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much for this very warm introduction. I didn't expect that. Dear ministers, honorable guests, ambassadors, members of parliament, generals, representatives of governments and armed forces, ladies and gentlemen, all our guests and friends. Good morning to all of you here in Warsaw, as well as of you watching our online stream. On behalf of the Casimir Pulaski Foundation and the German Marshall Fund, I have the tremendous pleasure of welcoming you to the defense track of the 2022 Warsaw Security Forum. This will be the 9th edition of the forum, and it will be the biggest one, with more than 2,000 guests joining us in person here in Warsaw, and many more watching us around the world online. We are meeting during unprecedented time in history, with the largest war in Europe since the end of the World War II, when Russian missiles struck just 15 kilometers away from NATO and EU border, when Russia conducts hybrid warfare against the West by destroying the energy infrastructure, conducting cyber attacks, spreading disinformation, and weaponizing energy. We are meeting when the brave nation of Ukrainians fight against Russian threat and barbarian invasion, not only for their freedom, but also for ours. Russia must be defeated. We need to continue to support Ukraine with weapons, economic and humanitarian aid, till all the Ukrainian lands illegally annexed by Russia since 2014 will return to Ukraine. We also must learn from history and end with naive policy toward Russia, clearly excluding any return to harmful business as usual, till Russia does not have a democratic government and resigns from war rhetoric. But it is not enough, as Russian full-scale aggression also hit the West, and we see the consequences with growing inflation and shortages of energy. In such a difficult time, we need to show solidarity and help each other to overcome this challenge to our democracies without allowing the rise of populism. We need to remember that the United West has the potential to overcome every challenge and defeat every adversary. The unity of the West is what scares Russia the most. And therefore, its unity are the biggest deterrence against the authoritarian attacks on our transatlantic home. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our tradition here at the Warsaw Security Forum that every year we grant a guest country status to the nation that is particularly important to the security of the region. This year, Germany has been chosen to become a partner, and hence, we very warmly welcome all our German guests, with the leadership of Minister of Foreign Affairs, Annalena Baerbock, who will join us here today. The Polish-German reconciliation is one of the most successful stories in modern history of Europe. Countries that once have been enemies through regret and forgiveness, they were reconciled with each other. From the dark shadows of history, Poland and Germany are now allies in the EU and NATO, eventually becoming strategic partners in economic cooperation. Of course, as in every family, there are misunderstandings and different opinions. But at times like now, when the threat from Russia is so obvious, this strategic cooperation should be especially nurtured and not exposed to unnecessary risks. The divisions in the EU and NATO are what fuels and supports Russia. Therefore, until Ukrainian victory is achieved, it's not only our privilege, but also our duty to stay united and avoid irresponsible divisions in our transatlantic family. Ladies and gentlemen, today and tomorrow, all of us here will be discussing a wide variety of topics, mostly relevant to war in Ukraine, and discussing this historical challenge from different angles, from enhancing NATO frontline state defense to the nuclear deterrence, as this issue is increasingly important with Putin's nuclear saber rattling. We will also discuss cybersecurity, disinformation, and hybrid warfare, and the buildup of social resilience. Last but not least, we have a new track during the Warsaw Security Forum solely devoted to energy. I don't need to tell you how important it is, as we are standing in front of one of the most serious energy crises in Europe. Before I give the floor to our next very special speaker, I want to remind again to all of us that despite the gravest challenge to the security of Europe and the biggest threat to Polish national security since the end of the Cold War, I'm certain that the current situation can be overcome and Russia will be defeated. It is not only my optimism talking, but rather a deep faith in strength of cooperation, close integration, and West unity. I hope that this message will be reaffirmed by the debates happening here today and tomorrow. Last but certainly not least, I would like to thank our strategic partners and sponsors for making this conference possible. Thank you to our co-organizers, the German Marshall Fund, as well as the National Security Bureau of President of Poland and NATO's Public Diplomacy Division. We will have an opportunity to hear important Polish voices from Prime Minister of Poland, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, who is already with us here, Head of National Security Bureau. But we will also have numerous distinguished guests from abroad, including President of Republic of Latvia, Prime Minister of Lithuania, Deputy Prime Minister of Luxembourg, who is here with us, and Minister of Defense, Minister of Defense of Estonia, Secretary of Defense of the United Kingdom. But we will have also a special guest from Ukraine. It was announced before that we'll have online presence of First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, but I would like to inform you that she will be here in presence. I would like to thank our strategic sponsor. As American says, there is no such thing as free lunch. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Palantir, Raytheon Technologies, and Siemens Energy, without whom this forum would not be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Casimir Pulaski Foundation and German Marshall Fund, I welcome you in Warsaw and hope you will enjoy your time here. Let's start the Warsaw Security Forum. Prime Minister Błaszczak, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have prepared a long speech, so be patient, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all in Warsaw. The last months has fundamentally changed the European security environment. February 24th became a reminder for us that horrors of a full-scale war in Europe do not necessarily belong to the past. Undoubtedly, this brings many questions on how to enhance our common security. I truly believe that here in Warsaw, we have a great venue to discuss and share our perspectives on those issues, and that the outcome will serve us as solid ground on how to effectively face Russian aggressive neo-imperialism and the multidimensional consequences of this war. As a result of Russia's brutal invasion in Ukraine, we face a security crisis. We have hoped we would never face again a full-scale armed conflict in Europe. Russia's aggression has proven Moscow's neo-imperial ambitions into general disregard for the European security architecture and rules-based international order, as well as readiness to use military force against its neighbors. There are no doubts that the attack has been planned from the very beginning of the Russian military buildup. Before the invasion, Moscow had cynically played for time, continuing its apparent engagement with the West. All that to complete the necessary military preparations with no goodwill to find a diplomatic solution. These lessons should be considered while reassessing further approaches to Russia. From the very beginning of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the Belarusian regime has sided with Moscow, directly supporting the aggression. Therefore, just as Russia, Belarus should face the same level of our pressure on them. Poland is committed to the 360-degree approach. Therefore, we continue participation in efforts aimed at tackling challenges related to NATO's southern flank and the EU's southern neighborhood. They are usually associated with countering and preventing terrorism and illegal migration, as well as stabilization of the region. But one should admit that Russia's footprint on the 360-degree approach is growing. Moscow strives to influence the security situation from the Arctic through Eastern Europe, the Black Sea region, the South Caucasus, to the Middle East and North Africa, not only by military, but also hybrid instruments, including the Belarusian hybrid attack on Poland and Baltic states, orchestrated by Moscow as a prelude to the aggression in Ukraine. In fact, it continues to this day. We still face the migration pressure on our Belarusian border, similarly to the countries that have recently been impacted again by the migration through the Balkans route. Currently, Ukraine remains the main objective of Russia's aggressive policy, but the threat it poses has been observed for many years. Let me remind you what the late President of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, said in Tbilisi during the Russian invasion in 2008. Today, Georgia, tomorrow, Ukraine, the day after, the Baltic states, and later perhaps also my country can become the objective of Russia's attack. I admit that we hear more and more frequently reflections that the assessment of Russia and Belarus formulated by Poland and many like-minded allies in our region a long time ago is realistic. I hope that today allies and partners will consider the assessment regarding ensuring our and Ukraine's security. No country can fully address the entire spectrum of threats and challenges alone. Therefore, The entire Euro-Atlantic community must take a proactive stance to counter Russia's efforts to undermine the rules-based international order and to threaten our security. That highlights the importance of an effective deterrence and defense strategy. Therefore, we welcome NATO Madrid summit decisions, enhancement of NATO's battle groups on the eastern flank, scalable to the brigade level. Also, significant extension of NATO force structure, including through gradual increase of the high readiness forces, coupled by decisions on prepositioned equipment and stockpiles of military supplies, as well as robust NATO command and control arrangements. It demonstrates the unified perception of all allies on the need of long-term NATO adaptation and an increase of Allied presence on NATO's eastern flank. The adaptation, which should transform NATO assurances from forward presence endorsed during NATO Warsaw Summit in 2016 to forward defense, able to ensure the deterrence by the nail of every inch of NATO's territory. There is no alternative to such approach. We cannot afford the risk of regaining territories which potentially would be occupied by Russia. Also, taking into account atrocities and war crimes committed by its army in Ukraine, nor can we afford the devastation that is always the price of pushing Russia back. We welcome President Biden's strong message in Warsaw and Madrid on keeping or further enhancing US engagement in deterrence and defense against Russia. Now it is time to implement it on the ground. The US leadership is of paramount importance in this process. NATO is essential to provide deterrence for those who are particularly engaged in support for Ukraine and are most exposed by its geography or commitment to the Russian and Belarusian threat. It is the most important mission of the alliance in the framework of the common effort to support Ukraine's self-defense. But it will be essential also in the future, after this war ends. It seems unlikely that Russia will reevaluate its anti-Western paradigm as well as its attitude towards the current international order. Planning the defense of the eastern flank, we cannot underestimate Russian military potential, even if it will be weakened by the current campaign. Mistakes made by the Kremlin in the planning and decision-making process before the invasion prove that Russia has a problem with the self-awareness of its own weaknesses. The risk of inaccurate assessment of its military might versus NATO allies is growing and may potentially lead to the decision of a military attack in the future. We also welcome the US readiness to support Europe in diversifying energy supplies, also declared by President Biden in Warsaw. It is crucial to tackle the problem of growing energy prices, which requires the synergy of EU and US efforts in this regard. The availability of larger volumes to be supplied is of crucial importance for Europe, including our region. Damage to European economies related, inter alia, to the situation around East-West energy resources transit routes proves that there is an urgent need to increase our resilience in this area. Abandonment of Russian energy supplies should be of permanent character to avoid dependence. Until Russia is ready to accept a political solution of this conflict, guaranteeing the long-lasting security of Ukraine, there is a need to continue sufficient, comprehensive support to Ukrainians. We need to remember that they are paying the highest price fighting for their and our freedom. What Kiev can achieve at the negotiating table is very closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. We are committed to ensure that the Ukrainian position during negotiations will be as strong as possible. To stop the onslaught, it is of crucial importance to enable Ukraine to push Russians back from captured territories. To make that gain, we should maximize a comprehensive pressure on Russia to limit its capacity for action and finish the conflict as soon as possible. The EU, together with NATO, should find synergetic efforts to improve infrastructure that will expand access of our region to crude oil and fuel from other directions. It is of crucial importance to ensure that we are united and at the same time effective in this effort. We welcome the unprecedented Euro-Atlantic unity that has been built after February 24th. We need to keep this unity, remembering, though, that is valuable only when underpinned by effectiveness. Our support must be decisive, ensuring that we are not only able to contain Russia, but also create conditions to empower Ukraine to defend itself, which will get us as soon as possible to the ending phase of this war. Instead, the Kremlin has de facto announced its readiness for further escalation. Kremlin's recent activities, especially Putin's irresponsible nuclear rhetoric, the announced mobilization and sham referendums leading to the annexation of Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, are deeply concerning. It is also a signal that the Kremlin is still not ready for a political solution. And it will not be ready until Russian leadership understands that aggressive policy is counterproductive. Instead of abandoning Ukraine, as Moscow expected, we continue to provide Ukraine with further multidimensional support, including military assistance. We have also opened the door to Europe for Ukraine. Instead of weakening NATO, allies keep united, strong, and ready for defense and deterrence. Also open for new members if they apply to join, as it has happened in the case of Sweden and Finland. In such circumstances, there is a need to deepen the comprehensive pressure on Russia to revert its strategy, including through political, economic, and technological isolation, including maximized sanctions policy, imposed not only by Euro-Atlantic community, but all like-minded partners across the globe. We need to convince a broader spectrum of countries that still keep their relations with Russia, that Moscow's irresponsible behavior is not in their interest. Sanctions must not only be extended, but also sealed. There is also a need to reinforce the message directed to the Russian society to stop this brutal aggression. At the same time, there is a need to continue the military support related to the supplying Ukrainian armed forces with armaments, munitions, equipment servicing, and trainings. Especially facing the Russian mobilization, it is of utmost importance to keep the appropriate potential of defenders. We are also committed to ensure the humanitarian support for Ukraine, including hosting refugees. Poland is in a leading group of those undertaking such efforts, using all opportunities, including donations as well as expanding production capacities of defense industry. Our support in relation to the GDP is remarkable. We also actively encourage other countries to enhance their support. We remain committed to stay on this course. There is a need for synergetic efforts on both sides of the Atlantic in this regard, including coordination between EU and NATO countries. The establishment of the Ukrainian Defense Consultative Group during the April meeting in Ramstein allowed like-minded countries to better coordinate support in the long term. The solidarity realized by financial contributions is also valuable, especially if donated by countries which, for some reasons, are not able to participate otherwise. even though we cannot always assess that those reasons are justifiable. It can contribute to the backfilling, which might be essential for further donations or investments to increase the production capacity of decisive armaments and munitions. Through this effort, we can simultaneously reach the goal of increasing the security of the Euro-Atlantic community, investing more the defense industry, which also maintains our defense capabilities. Ukraine must win this war, and after that, it should win the post-conflict period when the Russian aggressiveness will continue to destabilize Ukraine and the wider region at the least. Rebuilding Ukraine after the conflict will also require our commitment. It must be undertaken simultaneously with the process of accession of Ukraine to the European Union. There is also a need to keep NATO's door open for new members with no exclusions, including Ukraine. The comprehensive integration of Ukraine with the European and Euro-Atlantic community will be the best investment for the stability and prosperity of all of us. The broad spectrum of threats and challenges, especially the need to increase the defense of our own territory, is the new security reality in Europe. It requires a comprehensive response. Therefore, Poland continues to invest in armed forces capabilities. It is critical not only to our security, but also remains a contribution to the security of the entire region and overall NATO defense and deterrence posture. It is a very limited time frame. We must rapidly extend armed forces quality and quantity, with a purpose to ensure greater and more powerful defense capabilities. This policy has unanimous support in Poland. It is underpinned by the Bill of Homeland Defense adopted in March of this year, supported by all parliamentary parties. The bill allows us to release additional significant funds for both purchasing new equipment and increasing the number of troops. Defense expenses of Poland will reach 2.2% of GDP this year and will reach the level of at least 3% from 2023 on. First and foremost, we have accelerated the process of modernization of the Polish armed forces. This means faster development of key capabilities, taking into account inter alia observations from the Russia-Ukraine conflict. In the course of armaments procurement, we strive to ensure the participation of the Polish defense industry if deliveries can be offered in a reasonable time frame. As much as possible is in these demanding circumstances, we are working on long-term industrial and political military partnerships. Inviting partners that will be able to support the development of the Polish defense industry. To make that gain, we ensure in contracts the transfer of technologies, transfer of production, or adaptation of Polish platforms and components. Simultaneously, the modernization, we plan to increase the number of armed forces active duty military personnel. To make those gains, there have been introduced various types of military service on a voluntary basis, as well as improvements of the recruitment system. Once all of the above-mentioned undertakings will be implemented, Poland will have even more capacities to decisively contribute to regional security and stability, extending its share in overall NATO effort. Recent months have fundamentally changed Euro-Atlantic security. Russian aggression on sovereign Ukraine has brought back memories of the darkest times in our history when totalitarian regimes unilaterally decided about the future of states and the free nations. The priority of our defense policy remains efforts undertaken to increase the security of Poland in the broader context of ensuring the security of NATO's eastern flank and the EU's eastern frontier. The aim is to ensure a credible deterrence and defense, coherent with the collective defense principle, however, based on effective national capabilities provided by the Polish armed forces. At the same time, we are committed to support our Ukrainian neighbors in defending their sovereignty threatened by the Russian aggression and hostilities. Ukrainian soldiers, as well as civilians, are paying the highest price for the security of Europe as a whole and deserve all our support. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you fruitful debates at the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Wasztak, and of course, thank you, Minister, for these enlightening opening remarks. I think they set a fantastic tone for today's conversation, and of course, thank you again to Zbigniew for bringing us together. It gives me enormous pleasure to now introduce the first panel discussion of today. Our distinguished guests will be addressing the topic of a new Lend-Lease Act as a way of enhancing NATO's frontline states. And the moderator of this first panel discussion will be Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former commander of the United States Army Europe, and one of the foremost experts in transatlantic security. It gives me enormous pleasure to give General Hodges to the stage, so please let's give him a warm welcome.
Okay, if my panel members would come on up. Otherwise, it'll be a pretty boring panel. Minister of Defense of Luxembourg, Francois Bausch. The Deputy Chair of the Committee on National Security and Defense of the Ukrainian Rada, Mariana Betsula. And Minister of Defense of Estonia, Hanno Pevkur. Okay, so we've got 30 minutes, and the topic is about how do we prepare NATO's frontline states. But I think it's important that we provide a context for that discussion, and so I'm going to mention just a couple of things, and then we're going to jump right into a direct question to each of our three panelists so we can move through this and touch as many points as possible. First, obviously, we have to talk about the conflict. What is NATO? What do we have to defend against? And what we're seeing in Ukraine right now, of course, as Minister Pulaski just described very clearly, is a terribly lethal, violent battles touching every aspect of warfare. So the alliance, of course, will have to be prepared for that. We'll have to continue to prepare for that. I do believe that Ukrainian forces are going to push Russian forces back to the 23 February line by the end of this year, and that Ukrainian forces will be occupying Crimea by the middle of next year. I also think we're looking at the front end of the beginning of the collapse of the Russian Federation. So what this means, if I'm even half correct, is that it's going to be very violent on the other side of NATO's border. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of risk, and so we won't be able to start having victory parades. We're going to have to be prepared for how does Russia react to being defeated in Ukraine and the potential breakup of the Russian Federation. So it's a nice, easy set of circumstances, Minister. What is Luxembourg's main contribution right now to support for Ukraine? And how much longer can the people of Luxembourg continue to support that?
Thank you again for inviting me, because I think I can make an interesting contribution from a small country in Europe, which has suffered very much during the last century because we were a small country being squeezed between two big countries, France and Germany, who very often were in war, one against another, and we were squeezed between these two countries. And that's why Luxembourg, after the Second World War, was immediately a founding member of Europe, because we believed that with this creation of the European Union, we would have at least peace, because the two big neighbors would work in harmony together and in peace. And we would never imagined that after we could live inside of Europe, a conflict like we live it now today in Ukraine. And it's really unprecedented, because after the Second World War, in Luxembourg, my population, my country really is shocked what Putin and what Russia is doing, this aggression against a free country in the middle of Europe. And from the beginning on, it was not acceptable for us. We were very upset about this. And that's also why Luxembourg, from the beginning on, not only supported by solidarity Ukraine, but also military. It's in history of my country the first time that we really spent money to support a country in Europe, to give them military material, for example. We spent 72 million euros as a small country from March to now to really provide Ukraine with military and lethal weapons, because we believe that Ukraine not only can win this war, but must win this war, because this example that Putin wants to, that put in place, that by really aggressing and taking territory by an aggression inside in the middle of Europe is not acceptable. And I can say that the acceptance in my country was very large, even in the parliament. The opposition supported me from the beginning on, supported the government from the beginning on to do it, and we continue to do it. Ukraine must win this war, it's clear.
Thank you. I love when I hear a politician or a political leader talk about winning something versus avoiding defeat or hoping that the other side loses, so I think that's important. So, Ms. Bazula, you are the front line. What is the illegal annexation by the Kremlin of 4 Ukrainian oblasts? How does that affect the counteroffensive going forward?
Actually, speaking about the effect, it's just additional going forward. So, as previously speaker from Luxembourg, and I'm happy that everybody is here said about the help, and we are very thankful to each country, but I will make the example. So, just now, in just 1 month, we liberated about 4 Luxembourg territories. So, it's not to demonstrate the different scale. It's to demonstrate the scale of war and that request that we have to defend the Europe. So, and now all that panic declarations, chaotic declarations, what we have now from Russia, it only demonstrates that they understand the force. And what I'm dare to say was a principal mistake, and we know, everybody knows this, during the last at least 20 years, it's trying to calm down aggressor. Trying to calm down Russia caused more and more aggressive systemic work from them. And you see, even different events in Crimea, liberation of our territories, everything, they cannot react adequately. So they react just with more and more chaotic declarations, more and more chaotic work. For example, they tried to make some kind of legend of a republic before, but now they just made the annexation of region. With what borders? Annexation of region, not republic. So even their terminology is more and more chaotic. So what is the moment, how can we go forward, and what should we do? It's more and more important, our consolidation. Out of any doubts, this consolidation will provoke more panic, but it's not about panic and fear that Russia will, for example, use nuclear weapon. We should not fear, because every moment we fear, and during the last 10 and 20 years, we only enforced aggressor. Not we, not Ukrainians. I'm sorry, world. Because Ukrainians is fighting, and you see, despite all different additional red lines that Russia closed, opened, went forward, we are liberating our territories. But what I need to say, we are liberating with defensive weapon. So we need more and more for offensive operations. Because what we are doing now, it's some kind of miracle. And you can observe that this multidimensional operation on the south, I just, one day ago, I was on South Plattsdam while working with military. On the south, on the east of Ukraine, it's operations with limited resources. And if we received this offensive weapon this summer, we would be far more and liberated far more. Sorry, it's some kind of 8 Luxembourgs. Because it's the scale of war. It's the scale of war and the scale of those requests and challenges that Europe has.
Okay. Let me ask a question to help understand the scale. I'm going to ask you to give an estimate. Inside the territories that are still occupied, okay, what percentage of the Ukrainians that live in those occupied territories, this is, I know I'm asking you to make an estimate, what percentage of them would you say are probably actually pro-Russian? In other words, can Ukrainian forces count on help as they continue to advance? Do the Russians have to worry about every single Ukrainian that's around them in the occupied, the so-called pro-Russian separatists? What percentage of population would you think is actually pro-Russian?
You see, to answer your question, we need to keep in mind that they are making genocide with different techniques. So they are making everything to force Ukrainians to leave, and they were making it starting 2014 from occupied territories to press, to kill, to make the deportation to Russian region. And so it's the proportions that, of Ukrainians which are still living there, it's artificially changed. Yeah. And even I will make the example of our children. More than 600,000 children were deported from occupied territories starting 24th of February. Could you imagine those children, when their parents were killed, they are given some kind of Russian document and deported into very far from Russian region. So they will not remember that they are Ukrainian children. And answering the question of the percentage, mostly what we saw in Kharkiv region, which is eastern Ukraine, which was liberated, mostly all population, even which remain, who remained on these territories, it's from neutral to positive.
Okay.
And may I say just one example? When there was the offensive operation, I worked with our special services. So, and just people, even when there were street fighting, they went with their flags to say and to welcome Ukrainian soldiers.
Thank you. You can see why the Russians do not have a chance. I wanted you to mention that about how many hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have been deported, especially children, but not only. So that when I hear people talk about negotiations and, we got to hurry up and bring the fighting to a conclusion, we can never forget about this 1 million+ Ukrainians that have been kidnapped and deported. Minister, Estonia, you have zero margin for error in Estonia, given your geography. What can you share with allies and neighbors about how Estonia has developed a rapid mobilization program? Why that's necessary, obviously, but also societal resilience. What is Estonia doing to make sure that the population is prepared?
Well, good morning, General. Thank you for this question. So pity that I don't have the same time as Minister Blaszczak had. So probably I have to stick in couple of minutes. But nevertheless, I try to bring out the focus or the key points. So first of all, yes. We did a SNAPEX just the second day or the next day when Russia declared the mobilization. But this was not linked to the mobilization what Russia did. So this was in our plans. I decided that before Putin's speech. So I am not looking at Putin's speech. So I'm doing my own decisions when we need to do it and when Estonia needs to do it. But nevertheless, what we have to understand that Estonian defense approach is a wide approach, which means that we try to engage all the people from the beginning. That we have the conscript service, and after the conscript service, people go to the reserve army. And what we do, we do the SNAP exercises for the reservist. That is the first thing. That gives us the opportunity to say that many people are engaged to the defense policy and to defense approach from the very beginning, and they know what they have to do, and there are tens of thousands of people who know exactly what to do when there is a need for that. We will increase also our territorial defense by doubling it, and we will increase the level of our capabilities. But what I wanted to say here, and what is very important regarding that SNAPEX, the main focus of that was to test the government, how quickly we can make a decision, and to test the army, because I didn't let the army know that we will do that SNAPEX. And this is very important that we don't have the pre-warning time anymore, because we have a very good collective intelligence in NATO, what is for sure, but the only thing we are lacking, or where the challenge is, that we don't see yet to Putin's head. So we cannot, and what we see from the last months and also from last week regarding the Nord Stream attack, that we will see probably more and more asymmetrical attacks to our infrastructure, to our different facilities, different cyber attacks, and we have to be prepared, and we don't have pre-warning, what is very important. And now for NATO and for our allies also, what is very important, that how quickly we can react, because around or behind the NATO's table, we have 30 countries at the moment, 32 in a very short time, and we all have in one moment elections. So we have to worry also from the political point of view, but Putin doesn't have to worry because he doesn't have elections. So he has no worries about re-election. We have. And that is my question to all of us, that how quickly we can make decisions when there is a need for that on the political level, and then also on practical level, that how quickly we can move the forces to different spots of eastern flank when there is a need for that. And this is exactly why we made this NAPEX, to understand inside of Estonia how quickly we can make decisions on the political level, how quickly we can form our units in the military, and how quickly we can be on the battlefield. And we were measuring those minutes and hours very carefully.
I love this. I love the spirit there. The idea of doing exercises that are not scripted out, where the outcome is already known, and instead, obviously, there would have been multiple opportunities for failure or mistakes to do what you did. But I think that's how do you have to train to that point of failure.
Well, but this is exactly why we exercise, yes. So and at the moment, what we see that Ukrainians didn't have much time for exercise. They need to start battling from day one. So yes, we had some indications that there could be a war. There could be an assault, but 24th of February, by the way, is the Estonian Independence Day. So I woke up on 24th of February, opening the radio and understanding that we have a war in Europe. Without, like, okay, even when we had some pre-warning, but still, many people in Europe didn't believe that it will happen. So, and that means that we have to be ready. We have to rethink also our understanding of the pre-warning and of that the different asymmetrical attacks are still possible, as we saw from the Nord Stream attack or Nord Stream explosions. So this is the change of the mindset also in most of the Western countries.
Great. Okay, we've got 11 and a half minutes, and I do want to take 2 or 3 questions from the audience. So this will be one last round through us quickly, so that if people in the audience have questions, we'll do that. Minister, you know, NATO has the concept of enabling SACEUR's area of responsibility. It's an all-encompassing thing about mobility, air defense, ammunition, logistics, all of those kind of things. How can Luxembourg contribute to enabling SACEUR's AOR?
You know, we have a small army because we are a small country, but we invest a lot in logistics. We invest a lot in cyber defense. We invest a lot in space. We are small on Earth, but big in space. We have satellite programs only for defense. And so we are trying to help with the possibilities that we have to really give NATO and our allies, and even Ukraine, the possibilities to really have a large overview. And I think that we are coming now in crucial months, because what is the Kremlin hoping? He's hoping that during winter, the solidarity in Europe will break down, and because the population, he tries that the population in Europe should also suffer because of the energy crisis. And what is important now is that the solidarity that we have inside of NATO, inside of Europe, that we keep this solidarity together. And I see really big chances that it will stay. Because if I look at the programs that had been put in place to help also the population in Europe to overcome this winter and to still give aid to the Ukraine and the acceptance that we have in Europe for this, I'm very hopeful that we can succeed. And NATO and the discussion inside of NATO should always be focused on to keep this solidarity together. We will have a meeting of the defense ministers of NATO in 2 weeks in Brussels. We will also have Minister of Defense of Ukraine with us in Brussels, I hope so. And I think that what also the US did by bringing together all this Ramstein process to really coordinating what the different member states in Europe can do was very important. So in 2 weeks in Brussels, it will be an important meeting, and that will really keep us on track to overcome this winter. And I'm sure that the next months will be crucial, and especially also regarding the bravest combats that the Ukrainian army is fighting actually now in Ukraine.
Thanks, sir. So, Ms. Bazula, shortly, what can Ukraine do to help convince those members of the alliance that are not yet committed to saying, yes, Ukraine should be in NATO? What is something that Ukraine can do to make it more appealing or acceptable for all 30 members of the alliance to say, yes, we will be better with Ukraine in NATO?
Now we are doing all our best. We are the shield of Europe. So it's about world and Europe to make decision against the moment of truth. We will not be some kind of more kindable to ask for support for the overall world order, because now we are the shield of world order. So we need help of every country, because this help is the future of this country, and you see this. And it's more and more obvious, and I just hope that all that approaches and mindsets of calm down aggressor will be eliminated totally.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, Finland, your neighbor, will be becoming an ally here very quickly, we hope, expect. What's your advice to your Finnish counterpart as they begin to assimilate officially into NATO? What advice would you give them?
Well, first of all, of course, we welcome very warmly Finland and Sweden accession, because we are waiting for that already many years, and it's entirely has been the Finnish decision not to join earlier, but nevertheless, it's a very good decision. It's on one hand, we will have over 1,320 kilometers more border to protect. But on the other hand, we have to understand that also Russia will have 1,324 more kilometers with NATO. So this is also a challenge for Russia, and they totally understand that. My advice, of course, is something I will give them personally, but nevertheless, it's for NATO. We all understand that Finnish army is a very strong army, and they will, for instance, they will buy F-35s, 64 pieces of F-35s in the nearest future, and eastern flank of NATO will be strengthened a lot. What my advice to NATO and Finland is that we have to speed up the process of the regional plans. And this is something we need not only for Finland, Sweden, Estonia, but all the eastern flank, because the eastern flank of NATO is the doorstep, is the front door of NATO. And when we are not protecting that doorstep or that front door, then we're not protecting NATO. And this is the clear message from my side, and this is why we need regional plans before Vilnius summit, and when we have to set in place also divisional structures in different countries, including Estonia, and also the pre-positioning, and also then bilaterally also to cover also Finnish Gulf and Baltic Sea, as Baltic Sea and Finnish Gulf will be basically the inner sea of NATO. So there are like many challenges ahead of us, but still, I would say that the main mindset or the change of the mindset is to speed up our processes and the political decisions.
Excellent. Okay, I can take a couple questions. Yes, right here, about the fourth row in the middle, with your hand up. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Casimir, University of Warsaw. So my question will regard the Baltic states.
Sorry, can we have a mic?
Right. Hello, my name is Jakub Nob. I'm from University of Warsaw. And my question will mainly regard the Baltic states. So I'll address the Minister of Defense of Estonia. What are the critical capability gaps of Baltic states, in your opinion? And how could probably an extended Lend-Lease Act or some other financial instrument, provided by the bigger NATO countries, help, acquire those capabilities, given the big asymmetry in forces of the Baltic states and Russia, and insufficient finances? Thank you.
Well, first of all the Baltic states, including Estonia, we all understand that we cannot only rely on our allies. And we clearly understand that we have to put a lot of new efforts to our capabilities. My own country, we will invest. We have made already only this year, in 9 months, new investment decisions in amount of 1.2 billion euros. which means that we will increase our defense expenditure to 2.8% next year and 3.1% in 24. So this is the first answer to your question. The same will be in Latvia and Lithuania. They will increase at least to 2.5% of GDP. Now about the capabilities. We will invest a lot to the new capabilities. So we will have a very good short-range air defense together with Poland. Actually, we're buying from Poland Pioruns. We will acquire MRAD, so mid-range air defense. We will buy from United States HIMARS together with Latvia. We will have a very good vessel defense with a range of 290 kilometers. We will have new anti-tank missiles. We will acquire a lot. When you are asking about the biggest gaps or shortages, then I would say that when we could acquire or brings to Estonia additional air defense, or because we are acquiring the MRAD at the moment, but the companies can provide it only in 24-25. So just in this time, could be nice to have some allied who brings air bubbles to Estonia. So we are investing a lot, but once again, we need also to have and to speed up the process of the regional plans.
Okay, so let's wrap this up here. A couple of takeaways that I got. I learned some things this morning. First of all, a reminder of the importance of realistic training and being willing to exercise what needs to be exercised, even if there's failure involved, so that you can identify the gaps, what has to be done. And I think defense ministers should be very grumpy with your military leaders if they do exercises where there is no failure. I mean, what's the point? So that you should be more cross with them if they don't have mistakes than if they have no mistakes. Secondly, the importance of the industrial base you talked about. You alluded to specific things that can't be delivered for a couple more years, actually. So the ability of the industrial base for all of our countries to ramp up is obviously important. A reminder of the human domain, as well as the scale of war, of what we're talking about, very important, and also a reminder of over a million Ukrainians, mostly kids, who have been deported and are scattered around Russia, and that bringing them home has got to be a part of any final settlement. And then also, Luxembourg's contribution to the alliance in terms of space. Everything that we do requires space-based platforms. What communications, navigation, targeting, all the activities that the alliance does has to depend on space-based platforms. So thank you, Minister, for that. How about this panel?
Thank you all so much for this important discussion on strengthening the front lines of European defense in the wake of the Russian aggression. My heart goes out to every Ukrainian citizen that is fighting to defend their freedom and territorial integrity. And now, in the next segment, it is time to have the industry opening of this year's Warsaw Security Forum. We will have the distinct pleasure of hearing directly from key figures in the global defense sector. And we will start with Mary Petrician. Mary is Corporate Vice President and President at Northrop Grumman Defense Systems, a leading global provider of defense solutions addressing evolving threats. With more than 90,000 employees worldwide and an annual revenue in excess of $30 billion, they're one of the largest weapons manufacturers and providers of military technology. Let's give Mary a warm welcome to the stage.
Dzień dobry. Thank you to the Casimir Pulaski Foundation for the invitation to speak at this year's forum. I'm honored to join you today at such an important event and to be among such esteemed leaders in Central European and transatlantic defense and security. The discussions we're having this week around global democracy, freedom, and security have never been timelier or more significant. It's clear that the world around us continues to evolve in extraordinary ways, testing our mettle and requiring that we look for solutions that may initially seem out of reach. This past year has been no exception. In particular, we find ourselves at a crucial point in time where new and emerging threats continue to challenge the current geopolitical environment. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic and monkeypox outbreak have exposed the fragilities in everything from workforce safety to global supply chain issues. Countries face increasing inflationary and recessionary concerns. Social injustices and unrest challenge the future we once envisioned for ourselves. Perhaps most troubling, though, are the threats to our global security. The conflict underway in Eastern Europe looms over the stability of the region and European security. It's brought an unimaginable humanitarian crisis to the forefront, displaced millions, and left a nation in ruins. I want to commend the nations who have answered the call and helped without hesitation, for housing millions of refugees and supporting their needs, providing shelter, food, safety, and medicine, among other things, while facing continual threats along the borders. For this, we thank you and are deeply grateful. Similarly, the current tensions we're seeing in the Asia-Pacific region allude to one nation's dominance over another. These and similar acts of global aggression highlight the need for strong defense capabilities now more than ever, because the world is watching. The threats we may have once imagined are no longer out of reach and over the horizon. They are not theoretical, they are here, and they demand our immediate attention. Confronting these threats requires allied nations to work closely together in the pursuit of international peace and security. We know that the strategic partnerships, the alliances we so carefully build across governments, industry, academia, and the public, are a crucial first step to defeating threats at home and abroad, which is why I'm looking forward to the discussions and insights we'll share over these next couple of days. To hear distinguished leaders in the room so eloquently convey the power of these alliances renews my hope for and belief in a more promising future. We will respond to threats tactically, powerfully, and with intention. Our international response will combine our military, diplomatic, and intelligence assets in support of global security. We will move with agility and speed, and we will prevail together. Let me expand on how we'll do this. Our adversaries are smart and getting smarter. Their actions are lethal and present formidable challenges. We must also keep in mind that adversaries are threatening with advanced weapons from every domain: land, air, sea, space, and cyberspace, and every direction all at the same time, and potentially at hypersonic speeds. This is a sobering thought. As the threat landscape continues to change, our success will depend on continual technological innovations that enable us to think and act with speed, move fast, and with precision ahead of our adversaries. We have an obligation and responsibility to ensure that these complex security threats are defeated. We know this commitment is strengthened through our partnerships with NATO member states and European industry, shoring up supply chains, developing stronger relationships, and managing interoperable systems. Collectively, we can meet mission needs sooner and enable innovation in ways we've not yet imagined. I've spoken at length about partnerships and the importance of them in navigating today's geopolitical environment. We in industry take seriously our commitment to you as a partner, and we're proud to continue our legacy of support, including strengthening our allies' transformational defense, national security efforts, and sovereign defense capabilities. As your partner, we stand ready to help bolster supply chains, contribute to regional and global stability, invest in local industries, create jobs, and promote national security. we must also work together in new and novel ways. It's been an honor speaking with you today, and I look forward to continuing these important discussions in the pursuit of peace. For now, we remain united with you in furthering modernized defense capabilities and supporting global security efforts. We are proud to stand beside you as your partner, always. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. And now it is my distinct pleasure to welcome to the stage Ambassador Paul Jones, who's the Vice President for International Government Relations at Raytheon Technologies. Many of you will recognize him as the former US Ambassador to Poland. Raytheon Technologies is an American multinational aerospace and defense company, headquarters in Waltham, Massachusetts. With 180,000 employees, it is one of the world's largest defense companies. Ambassador, please join us to the stage.
Dzień dobry. It's great to be back in Poland, and it's great to be back at the Warsaw Security Forum. How the world has changed since our meeting last year. Yet for Poland, Ukraine, and the countries of this region, the threat of another Russian invasion of a sovereign country was deeply felt for more than a decade before it happened yet again. The response, especially from the countries of this region, as well as the United States, NATO, and many countries around the world, has been impressive. Humanitarian assistance, military equipment transfers, intelligence sharing, defense spending, and much more. But it's not enough. We're all still ramping up our support for Ukraine's courageous military forces, and I'm convinced we will remain united, no matter what the coming months bring. At Raytheon Technologies, we're proud to produce Stingers, Javelin together with Lockheed Martin, NASAMS air and missile defense together with Kongsberg in Norway, HARM anti-radar missiles, Excalibur artillery, and several other defense capabilities that are helping Ukrainian soldiers repel Russian invaders. We're also proud of our commitment to Poland. We have almost as many employees in Poland as the US military has troops here now, and our presence is permanent and growing. Poland is our second largest employee base outside of the United States. That says a lot coming from the world's largest aerospace and defense company. In May, I joined our CEO, Greg Hayes, on a visit to Warsaw and to Rzeszów. Greg especially wanted to visit and thank our more than 4,000 employees in Rzeszów, which is the hub for humanitarian and military support to Ukraine, for opening their homes to Ukrainian refugees, for donating, and for volunteering. Our employees in Rzeszów are at the forefront of our overall contributions from Raytheon Technologies and its employees of $3.8 million to the humanitarian effort. And when we landed at the airport in Rzeszów, it was quite a sight to see Patriot air and missile defense batteries, which are produced by Raytheon, lining the runway. Poland is right now receiving its own Patriot missile batteries under its Wisła program, with launchers and components made here in Poland, and many more on the way to protect Polish citizens and NATO's eastern flank. Our commitment extends across the region, from the Black Sea to the Baltics, across the NATO alliance, and to countries under threat across the world. Now, from Russia's most recent invasion, government and industry are learning and acting on some very important lessons. And I just want to name a couple of them that I think we're going to discuss over the course of the next 2 days, especially when it comes to how industry helps governments respond to the current world situation. So first, capabilities are important, but quantities, known as magazine depth, is critical. We cannot risk running out of missiles or anything else in the first days of a military conflict. Replenishment of allied defense capabilities sent to Ukraine is urgent. Second, industry must overcome supply chain challenges. We can and we will, while allied governments need to coordinate and commit to multi-year contracts so industry can make the right investments in suppliers, people, and capacity to rapidly ramp up production. And third, defense industry cooperation among allied countries is just as important as our allied political commitments. None of us, none of our countries, none of our industries have all the technologies, human or financial resources to meet today's demands alone. It's more important than ever to co-produce, co-develop, and collaborate across industries and countries, and to avoid duplication of existing defense equipment so that we get the best capabilities most quickly to our allied warfighters. As a systems company, Raytheon Technologies is well placed to collaborate with industrial partners to meet just about any defense requirement. We don't make aircraft platforms, but we make the radars, sensors, systems, engines, weapons, almost everything that goes in or on a military or commercial aircraft, as well as many ground-based and maritime capabilities. Here in Poland, we're delighted that Huta Stalowa Wola produces the Patriot launchers, along with 8 other Polish defense companies delivering various components of Patriot for Poland and also for international customers. That we're delighted that our Pratt & Whitney company here in Poland produces components for the engine on the F-35. That our Collins Aerospace company here in Poland produces F-35 landing gear, as well as many commercial products. We need, as governments and industry, to collaborate in new ways to defend democracy and to defend our allies. The Warsaw Security Forum is the perfect place to take this effort a substantial step forward. I really want to congratulate my friends and co-chairs of the conference, Kasia and Zbyszek Pisarski, Heather Conley, and Michał Baranowski, and the terrific organizations they represent on bringing us all together to do that. It couldn't be more urgent and important. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And now it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Ray Pizzali, Vice President in charge of international business at Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is a key player in the global arms industry. It employs over 110,000 employees worldwide and is responsible for manufacturing a wide variety of systems, including those in use by or to be used by the Polish armed forces, such as the F-16, F-35, C-130, HIMARS, and many more. Mr. Pizzali, please come join us on stage.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the conference participants from Lockheed Martin. The discussions and meetings that will take place over the next 2 days will be crucial, considering this particularly important time for European and transatlantic security. I could think of no better place to have this conference than Poland, given its leading role in ensuring regional defenses. Platforms such as this forum bring together government, military, and industry, enabling essential discussions on today's most pressing topics. Many thanks to Casimir Pulaski Foundation and the German Marshall Fund for organizing this conference, and a special thank you to Professor Pisarska for her leadership as chair of the Warsaw Security Conference. We come together for this conference at a pivotal moment for the region's security, given the ongoing war in Ukraine. As a security and defense community, we must work together and all play our respective parts for peace. Ukraine has demonstrated that good strategy and careful preparations matter. Ukrainians have proven to be outstanding at integrating all of their national assets into a single unified strategy to repel the Russian invasion. There is much the broader defense community might learn from this approach. As an industry, we have a crucial role in supporting the defense strategies of NATO and its allies. Current events remind us of the importance of the transatlantic alliance and a connected, resilient joint force and defense ecosystem. At Lockheed Martin, we are focused on integrating digital technologies and data across domains to improve defense and increase deterrence. Together as an industry, we can move faster, more flexible, and be more creative on several levels. Through quickly ramping up production capacity in advance of demand, we can utilize opportunities to work across not only companies, but countries as well. We can learn from the creative use of systems on the battlefield and apply these lessons to future technical developments. And we can be more open to working with industries outside of traditional defense markets. Commercial companies often outpace defense companies in innovation and investments. We all should take this opportunity to work with them so we can increase the deterrence more quickly. As a defense industry, we should seek to cooperate with creative minds across sectors including IT, tech, and non-defense engineering domains. Through partnering and collaborating, we can successfully meet future threats. Lockheed Martin has been a strategic partner for Poland's defense for decades, and we intend to continue the strong relationship for decades to come. We feel a deep sense of mission to support Poland and its allies, and we are fully focused on delivering capabilities across land, sea, air, and space domains. We are also doubling down on our industrial presence in Poland. Our facility in Milich, already our biggest manufacturing facility outside of the United States, employs 1,600 people, and we are adding a new chapter of aerospace defense and cooperation in Milich. We soon begin manufacturing key components for the latest generation F-16 fighter aircraft. This new investment complements helicopter production with aircraft produced not just for Poland and neighboring Romania, but to be exported around the world. We have established strong relationships with the PGZ companies and others in Poland, including academia, involving them in production of key capabilities for the defense of Poland and Eastern Europe, but also research and development opportunities to work with Lockheed Martin to bring back and create an ecosystem with the United States. And we are thinking very hard about new opportunities to expand our industrial presence even further. To close, let me come full circle and bring us back to topics of strategy, analysis, and forward-looking planning. We are here as a strategic partner, not just for the defense and security of Poland, but for the entire Central and Eastern European region. Being the largest defense and aerospace company in the world, we have deep experience in developing future concepts and operational analysis. We deliver analytical resources as a partner to conceptualize the best defenses for Poland, NATO, and their allies. So in closing, Lockheed Martin team looks forward to engaging with all of you at this conference, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray, for those remarks. And now it's time for the second panel discussion of the day. I would like to remind our in-person guests that if you would like to ask a question, you can approach the microphone to the side of the stage. And of course, to everyone joining online, please do partake in the conversation by using the hashtag @WSF2022. The topic of the next debate will be Poland as a military center of gravity in Europe. And it is my distinct pleasure to invite to the stage BBC News' Kasia Madeira to moderate. Kasia, I'm a massive fan. Please approach the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for such a warm welcome. It's lovely to be here with you. It's a historic moment that we're all sharing, and it's my absolute privilege and pleasure to be joined by such distinguished guests. Welcome. Today's panel is the title, Poland, the Military Center of Gravity of Europe. And as you can see, I've got very distinguished guest joining me. It's my pleasure to welcome General Raymond Andrzejczak, Chief of General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces, and also General David Petraeus, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, formerly. Welcome to you both. We know historically that what we're seeing now is, we use the term unprecedented, but it's not an easy time. And the perspective of where Poland is on the map, arguably, I don't want to say it's changed because I'm of Polish origin, so I've always known that Poland is in the center of Europe, but arguably for the rest of the world, General Andrzejczak, if I could start with you, the focus now with what we're seeing, with what is happening to the east of us, Poland is very much now the focus internationally of everything pretty much.
Yes, it is. And we are here for 1,000 years. So that's the reason that the title of Poland is much more a center of gravity. It's not because I'm very selfish and I would like to talk only about my country, but the strategic situation is very dynamic. So Poland is here as a center of gravity for many reasons. Starting from a historical context, which matters, 1,000 years, living between the powers, living in a highway, going from Moscow through the Smolensk Gate. The Smolensk is a very important word in Poland. And then the highway is going to Minsk, Brest, is going here to Warsaw, and then it's going to Berlin, the deep of Europe. And this is the one line. The second line is what we're drawing from high north. I always said starting from Tallinn, but now I would say from Helsinki, Tallinn, Riga, Vilnius, Białystok, Warsaw, again, going down to Bucharest, the Black Sea, and in the middle of those lines, this is the Warsaw Security Forum. That's the answer about the meaning of center of gravity.
So that shift, I guess it's the shift in the international perspective as well, very much. General Petraeus, we'll talk about, because you've been rather vocal this weekend, I'll be honest with you, and I've been following what you've been saying, and we'll get onto that in a moment, but I just want from your perspective of what we're seeing, of what is happening on the ground in Ukraine, if you can just give us that bigger picture.
Yeah, first let me just say it's great to be back in Warsaw. You know, when we were here last year, in fact, we met then, and by the way, he's a fellow 101st Airborne Division Air Assault veteran from the United States. And of course, I was privileged over the years to have Polish forces under my command in Iraq and also in Afghanistan. None of us thought last year that we would be here under these circumstances. But even then, Poland was already becoming increasingly central. Not just to Central and Eastern Europe, but central really to Europe as a whole. The return of a U.S. headquarters is on Poland, the V Corps headquarters forward. Armored forces return to Europe, Poland, and on and on. Poland had already been on its own, in a way, exercising initiative to gather together the countries of Central in Eastern Europe and exercises leadership in that regard. So again, it really has become the center of really the entire effort of Europe when it comes to the support for Ukraine. Turning to Ukraine, I think it's very important to recognize that there is a new reality on the ground in Ukraine. And it is one that is absolutely disastrous for Vladimir Putin and the Russian forces. It is also irreversible, in my view. Essentially, Ukraine has done vastly better since the very beginning of this war when it comes to recruiting, training, equipping, organizing, and employing additional forces. Aided, obviously, by the United States, first and foremost, nearly $17 billion in arms and ammunition, but also by other NATO and Western countries. And it has therefore outmobilized Russia by far, massively so. And there's literally nothing Russia can do about it at this point. The fact is that a country that is less than one third the size of Russia now has a vastly better and much more capable military on the ground, and that is why Ukrainian forces are steadily taking territory back from Russia that Russia seized in its unprovoked invasion since 24 February. Again, that is a very stark reality. There is nothing that Putin can do to reverse this. The partial mobilization has actually resulted in more Russian men leaving Russia than it has actually showing up at conscription stations. The previous efforts at mobilization, the one, for example, where Putin tasked every Russian republic to provide a battalion. I mean, this is what we did in the Revolutionary War. You know, every town provides its own militia. This is not how you produce well-trained and equipped and capable military forces. So they have absolutely failed by comparison to what Ukraine has done. And Ukraine is now achieving on the battlefield combined arms operations, not just tanks, but infantry, engineers, artillery, electronic warfare, air defense, close air support, all of this together in a way that Russia has still not been able to do throughout the duration of this war. And again, there's virtually nothing that can make a difference. The sham referendum at gunpoint doesn't make a difference. The annexation doesn't make a difference. Ukraine and the rest of the world will not observe that, and therefore it is immaterial. In fact, some of the areas that were annexed have already been liberated by the Russians. And even this possible use of nuclear weapons, which he has threatened at various times, saying this is not an idle threat and so forth. Again, the cost-benefit analysis of that has to argue against it rather than for it. It will not reverse this very, very stark reality that I have described to you. It will kill a lot of people in a location. It might make it uninhabitable, but it will not change this dynamic, which again, as I said, is absolutely irreversible. So he is in a very desperate situation from which no option that I can identify could actually extricate him.
Well, arguably, and General Andrzejczak, if I can put this to you, he's strengthened the West's resolve against him, and now for the first time we're seeing a permanent US military presence in Rzeszów. The world knows how to not just pronounce Rzeszów, but they know where Rzeszów is, right? And when at the NATO summit there was a palpable, gasp when President Biden was talking about this permanent US military presence. For this country, we are at the Warsaw Security Forum. For this country, what does that mean?
This again is the center of gravity. I've just visited it's easy to pronounce for you because your heart is still Polish, so Rzeszów is easy to pronounce, but sometimes we call it J-Town. So I promise the next location will be easier to pronounce. I've just visited with the chair of military committee of NATO, this very important installation, and I said, this is no higher priority given by my president and my minister, saying that this is the most important point right now for operation, to supplying operation in Ukraine. Of course, we took a serious strategical risk, and the Rzeszów is very important and a great example of Polish and American and also British cooperation. We have a lot of systems, air defense systems, many others. And what we're doing is globally everything which is going to the Ukraine is going across Poland, because this is still center of gravity and we understand our geostrategic location. It's not to make us feel better that we are center of gravity and the center of everything. Is much more about responsibility for the situation in the entire eastern flank, but I'm using more often the term Eastern Front. From Polish perspective, looking north is still Kaliningrad Oblast, a little bit passive and a little bit forgotten for a second because emotionally or in the media or the attention is going to Ukraine. But Kaliningrad is still in the same place. Then we have a NATO obligation to keep the highway in the Suwałki corridor for defense and deterrence. NATO talking about the Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Then we have a Belarus, who is still unresolved the conflict, weaponizing and illegal migration. And then we have a border with Poland and Ukraine is on fire right now. So the meaning of center of gravity, or that kind of gravitation for Poland is absolutely critical. So the gesture today is very important, but our radar is calibrated slightly, in a wider perception.
And rightly so, because that wider perception, we are at a critical moment. And General Petraeus, you were talking, if you just, for those of you not aware, I'm sure you all are, but what you were saying to the media this weekend in terms of nuclear weapons and in terms of what that means, the reaction that you would potentially expect from the US, I don't want to put words into your mouth.
Yeah, don't.
Remind us
don't,
what.
Please don't.
Yeah.
So, first of all, let me just say, I also, just as a moment of reflection, I was actually here in Warsaw. At the time, I was the chef de cabinet, the executive officer for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, on the day that Poland joined NATO. It's a very significant moment. And as I think back to that now, I also think what a tremendous NATO ally Poland has been and partner, both for NATO and for the United States, again, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in the Balkans, and so forth. And then also think about what an extraordinarily good neighbor Poland has been for Ukraine as well. The outpouring of support from the Ukrainian people, from the government, from the very moment that everything happened, before there was even direction, the initiative demonstrated by individual citizens has been truly admirable and commendable. Look, I was responding, and again on one of the Sunday talk shows, to a question about the potential use of tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. I noted that Jake Sullivan, our national security advisor, has publicly acknowledged that he has communicated to Russian authorities that there would be a very substantial response to such use. I noted, as well as I just did here, that I think the cost-benefit analysis argues very strongly against use of such weapons. It will not change the dynamics on the battlefield at all. Nonetheless, if that were to take place, the question was, what would a response be? And first of all, I don't think anyone should be under any illusion that there has been a precise decision made on what would happen, because you don't know the precise action to which you would be responding. Where was it? What transpired? What damage and destruction did it bring about, and so forth? But then beyond that, there would be a range of options presented to the President of the United States. That's how it works. They've already been consulting, I'm quite confident. And as I said, there's already been communication to Russia to try to dissuade Putin, to deter him from even thinking about doing this, much less actually doing it. And a number of US officials have noted that they have seen no indicators that there is any kind of preparation for this use of nuclear weapons beyond the somewhat irresponsible nuclear saber rattling that Putin has done recently and did before as well. That said, again, there's a number of responses. The one that I pointed out as a possibility, and it's only a possibility, a hypothetical, would be that this would be where the US and presumably other countries, whether it would be NATO or collective, it's hard to say, could take action within Ukraine, perhaps, in a way that would actually make Russia's situation even worse. In other words, to take out with conventional forces many of the Russian capabilities that still exist in Ukraine and perhaps even on the Black Sea. So it would make this disastrous situation even more dire for Russia. And again, presumably that having been communicated ahead of time so that the inclination to take such an action is considerably reduced. So, pardon for elaborating a bit on that, but this is not a simple this, then that. It's much more complex, much more complicated. And again, there will have been a range of both, red teams have been saying this could be done, this could, and then there's a range of options that can be considered for response to each of those, but I can assure you no one has made an ironclad decision yet, although I have specifically not talked to Jake Sullivan about this.
It's good that you clarify that, and I will open this up to the audience, so get ready to get your questions in. I think there's a roving microphone for you. But before I do that, General Petraeus is saying that no decision has been made, but General Andrzejczak, I bet you're thinking about it, right? It must be at the forefront of what you're thinking about, the possibility of this going to that level. And I wonder, just reflecting on that, how that then changes, or how this whole situation with Ukraine has changed the way the Polish military conducts its responsibilities.
In SAS, they say, who dares wins. So the first is just to dare, and let's imagine victory. So the most important message that we should send to Ukrainians, and the delegation we have here, is let's imagine victory. So do not looking for some excuse or giving the Russians some comfortable situation. They're going in a very, very serious and bad direction. And the victory is always in the commander's mind and the commander's heart. And I think the nuclear assets, although they are extremely dangerous and important, is only element of one of the systems. And I agree, it's not necessarily the most effective in Russians' hand right now. So from Polish perspective, we have no time and no space. We are frontline here, understanding our importance in the NATO, importance in the eastern flank, eastern front. But I would say again, Article 5. Article 5 is also a very important element, and we should send a message to the Russians that if anything happened very close to the Polish border, there will be serious consequences.
But okay, so we had the attack upon Yavoriv, thank you, and that very, very close to Poland.
15 kilometers.
Exactly. So just how, and when I was speaking to Straż Graniczna, and they were always absolutely worried that attacks so close would then cause a panic of all the people trying to get across the border. But no Article 5, no NATO. Again, of course, that it's part of Ukraine, but I just wonder, how confident are you, and apologies for the leading question, how confident are you that NATO will actually come to the defences?
So this is no question. If I don't have a trust, it will be the end of the days. So, well, of course, I understand. I would add something important that was just right next day when the President Biden visited Poland. So the Russians playing very, very risky game, and of course, it's extremely difficult to assess the, what does it mean, the impact of nuclear weapons in a certain geographical point, and then radiation and everything else. But we have to send a very, very clear message. That's what John Petraeus mentioned to Russia, that you're playing very, very risky game. And there's enough means enough. And I think from Polish perspective is enough.
And it's fascinating hearing you talking about not the eastern flank, but the eastern front. But again, just coming to this aspect of NATO and the Article 5 aspect of it, the collective support for all the NATO nations, with arguably when Finland and Sweden finally do join, arguably that's what we are expecting to happen, unless something, a spanner hits the works. Will that mean that, okay, we've got this doubling of the NATO border with Russia, but arguably will that mean that actually NATO will be even more insular? Because Finland's not going to want to breach those borders.
Well, first of all, let me just point out that the forces of Finland and Sweden are very, very capable. I've had those. I was privileged, again, in Afghanistan and elsewhere, we've had those forces with us. And these will be net contributors to NATO in a very substantial way. But I think everyone should be very clear. What this means is that the geography of NATO is expanded, and the Article 5 collective self-defense agreement expands with it. It's as simple as that. There's nothing particularly complicated about this at all. Once those two additional votes are cast, ratifying the accession of these two countries to NATO, they will be accessed. Once that's done, they'll be part and parcel of NATO, just like any other NATO country, and the Article 5 will apply to them at that moment in time.
And you expect that to go through? No spanner in the works, no last-minute hiccups?
Well, there obviously have been some politics at play here by those two remaining votes, but I think that they will go through. I think the displeasure of the rest of NATO would be very considerable if those votes aren't ultimately cast.
Let's get some questions from the audience. We've got a lady already with her hand up here, and I'm not sure if there's a roving mic or if you come up to the... If you stand up and give your question, please. Thank you. And if there's a particular person you want to address it, yes.
Thank you. Anastasia Shapachkina, Eastern Circle, is a French think tank, and the question is to both speakers. When we discuss the possibility of the response to a Russian nuclear attack, we always talk about nuclear weapon. But what if Russia is going to use, for example, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, a civil nuclear infrastructure as a source of a nuclear attack, especially since the Ukrainian army in its counterattack is getting, some of them are in immediate proximity of the plant and some are getting closer and closer by day. How would that use of a civilian nuclear object elicit a response? And what are the strategic options?
Who'd like to take that on? It's a difficult position in Zaporizhzhia in the nuclear plant. There's shelling going on from various different directions, but arguably, in answer to the lady's question, General Andreychuk, what happens?
From the first day of war, we track in every day the situation in nuclear power plants because there are dangers from many reasons, not only the direct kinetic attack, but also some technical aspects and so on. So Chernobyl is known for everybody in Ukraine and in Poland as well. It's not so far away, but the two additional power plants are very close to the Polish borders, and we do our best to support. That's the reason that we're taking so much, strategic risk to supplying and letting them win and fight effectively. But of course, the consequences in the situation with any radiation in nuclear power plants will be disaster. So. Always welcome. If you have anything here, we're working on not like a 100% in our logistic hub. If anything, and anybody wants to, support the war in Ukraine, always welcome, and we do our best to send any kind of weapons, support, supplies, or sometimes even hearts, like what we do in Poland, receiving the 6 million Ukrainians here. So it's war. Russia and Ukraine, and this war, Russia and the Western civilization.
We've got a lot of, thank you, we've got a lot of questions, so I'll open this up again. As the microphone gets, there was the gentleman in the front, and then we'll go to the lady in the back. And just to add, having witnessed the opening of the doors and hearts and the love within Poland for our international audience, it's extraordinary what this nation has done for those millions of Ukrainian refugees. Yes, sir.
Casimir Pulaski Foundation. I've got a question to both generals. I wonder if nuclear threats getting more and more serious, isn't the high time to consider to extend NATO nuclear sharing program and maybe include Poland as well in the future? Thank you.
General Petraeus.
Look, I don't think we can answer every single hypothetical here with all due respect, including the one about Zaporizhzhia. Everything depends on very specific circumstances and so forth. And I'm certainly, given the positions I held in government, I don't want to touch the one that you just offered. I would note the very important role that IAEA has played in Zaporizhzhia, quite courageous role. They still have observers there. They're doing everything they can to try to ensure that there are not accidents or problems that could result in widespread disaster there. Again, I think that the Russians are sensitive. Keep in mind that the Russians actually do not appear to be all that prepared for some kind of nuclear activity either. There are preparations you would take if you were going to do this, and their own soldiers would be highly vulnerable to anything that happens, whether it's at Zaporizhzhia. The same as when they had soldiers digging foxholes around Chernobyl. I mean, this is seriously misguided, and there will be repercussions for that. But with respect, I'm not going to get into the nuclear policy issue.
No, absolutely. Let's avoid the hypotheticals. Thank you. There was a lady. Yes, please.
Thank you. Olena Tregup, Independent Defense Anti-Corruption Commission from Kiev. My question is to General Petraeus. What is your feeling about Washington? You said that they are supposed to deter possible nuclear attack. And given that Washington didn't manage to deter conventional attack on Ukraine, do you think policy has shifted and Jake Sullivan and President Biden, they take right now different position when it comes to deterrence of the nuclear strike, that it's absolutely different policy, or it's still the same line? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't find these analogous with respect. I think that, again, to be fair to the administration, I thought they did a very effective job of laying out precisely what Russia was going to do, and nobody believed them. Even Ukraine itself did not mobilize until 24 hours prior to the invasion, and yet the U.S. very impressively took finished intelligence products and turned them into publicly releasable information without exposing sources and methods. That's not all that easy, I can tell you, and especially given my final position in government. But certainly that was not enough to deter Putin from carrying out the unprovoked, conventional, barbaric, horrific invasion that he has undertaken. But I think that the role of the United States since then, and by the way, I'm a person without a party in the United States. I'm not just bipartisan, I'm nonpartisan, and no one was more critical of the administration for the withdrawal from Afghanistan in the way it was conducted than I was. But I think they have done a very impressive job from before the invasion in actually getting prepared for it, setting up for the various financial, economic, and personal sanctions that were actually imposed very quickly, sharing, as I said, the intelligence and information very broadly so that when it did take place, the credibility of the administration was very high in what they said from that point over. I think deterring the invasion and deterring a potential use of nuclear weapons are very different matters. And again, I think that the U.S., as Jake Sullivan publicly has stated, has worked very hard to dissuade, persuade, deter Putin from taking such an action. But again, one can never know until an episode is passed whether that has truly been successful or not. All one can do is take every possible action to ensure that the other side understands roughly what the consequences would be, not specifically, because again, there will be specific circumstances that will ultimately shape what that response is. But I think that, again, the U.S., I'm quite confident, has done that effectively here and is continuing to do that. You heard the Secretary of Defense over the weekend echo this as well. One hopes that that is sufficient to persuade the Kremlin not to take an action that would cross an enormous threshold and would bring about enormous, considerable additional danger. But we will not know until the moment has passed, actually, whether that was successful or not.
And just the final word from General Andrzejczak, and we are out of time. We could discuss, we need another 2 or 3 hours, actually, don't we? But Poland arguably has been warning about this for
My
years.
message is extremely difficult questions. I can imagine talking about the nuclear issues and response and potential actions taken is extremely sensitive and difficult. But we're living in a very difficult world. 2 years ago, when I was here and starting to using term Eastern Front was a little bit, the flavor was like not politically correct. And now Russia is killing people in Ukraine. So that's the change of narratives. And 2 years ago, once we're touching the nuclear issues, NATO is a nuclear treaty anyway. So the putting to agenda such a sensitive topic is a success itself. So that's the point when we're looking at the map and the situation in Ukraine, it's our moral success to starting considering. And one last sentence. This is one general right now, one officer who is fighting Russian army and defeating and winning. And I would like to have one day the change in sentence. I know this general, and I will wish, and I really would like to say, I know one of the NATO general who defeated Russian army. Thank you. All the best for Valery Zaluzhny.
You know, if I could just add a postscript on that, I do think that NATO membership for Ukraine is something that has to be very, very seriously contemplated. And when this is said and done, there will need to be a durable security guarantee for Ukraine, and the only one that I can imagine that could provide that would be NATO membership. We were concerned in the past, we were sensitive to Putin's concerns about NATO membership for Ukraine, and we didn't allow them to access NATO. That did not work out well, and I think we should learn the lesson from that. And again, that's the kind of credible security guarantee without which no amount of reconstruction will succeed. You have to have that. The key to the Marshall Plan was not the money provided by the US, it was the security guarantee.
It's the security, and to borrow your words, General Andreychuk, let's imagine victory, because it's absolutely crucial and necessary. Generals, thank you very much. We are out of time. Thank you for your questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Generals, and thank you, Kasia, for such a great discussion. And now it is time for the next part of today's agenda on the defense track of the Warsaw Security Forum, which is a conversation with special guest Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir Technologies. The topic of this conversation will be Softer a War, and the discussion will be moderated by the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Katarzyna Pisarska. Please give Katarzyna a warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you everyone. Wow, what a crowd, really fantastic to see you all here. I hope you're enjoying the program. And now we have a very short sequence, which actually we spoke with Alex. We're going to go almost straight to the questions. So I'm going to ask one question, and then I hope that there will be immediately follow-up questions from the audience. We have only 20 minutes in order to talk about something of extreme importance, mainly software at war. Alex, tell me, you probably realize, and these discussions in the morning show, that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has, of course, reaffirmed the importance of conventional warfare. But at the same time, what has it told us about the importance of technology? What has it told us about the importance of software? I mean, what kind of lessons do you take away from the last 7 months of the war that Russia waged on Ukraine?
Well, it's important, obviously, to go back and look at what were expectations and what then happened. The expectations, obviously, were, depending on which country you were sitting on, that A, the war wouldn't happen, B, it would happen, but Ukraine would lose. And I think, in all honesty, we may be the only people I know of who predicted that the war would happen and Ukraine would outperform. I think it's being viewed around the world. Of course, there's always a diagnostic of what happens in a war. Most of that can't be discussed in public. And so the diagnostic, the private diagnostic, is that David beats Goliath, where David is a hero and armed with certain conventional instruments, but heavily empowered with technology. And that Goliath isn't actually Goliath and you just look at, I think one of the miscalculations that was made was America spends about $800 billion a year, Russia about $65 billion a year on defense, roughly the same percentage of GDP. And I think the Russian calculation, much like other adversaries of the West, was, okay, they spend more, but half of it is wasted, and they're not willing to fight, or not willing to fight to win, including sacrifice of human lives. To politicize cultures, they're going to make bad decisions, look at the decisions they've made. And it's very similar to what you might find in a Keynesian context, where that Keynes doesn't work unless 1 or 2% of the money spent actually is spent on disruptive stuff. So in the defensive context, if 2-3% of your budget is spent on things that are expected not to work, like most people, historically software has been something that you spend money on and get no value for. And then, at least in the commercial context, it's moved to something you get limited value for. And but where you supply transformative instruments of war or of commercial, that 2% spend actually is as important as the other, $750 billion delta.
So when you say disruptive stuff, what do you mean exactly?
Well,
Give me an example. If I had a 2% budget, what would I spend that 2%
First of all,
for?
the most important thing, in my humble opinion, having been at this for almost 2 decades, everyone in this room can do is make sure your procurement process is actually a procurement process. It's not, we buy the software from my buddy, my friend, my cousin, or my local provider who may be more likable.
As the Russians do, I imagine.
But it's not just, look, Palantir, we fought the US government for nearly a decade, including going to court. Most important people in the world came into my office, which was modest at the time, and said, quite literally, some people will conclude that you're an asshole if you sue the US government. By the way, we sued the US government not to buy Palantir, but to have a procurement process where they acquire software, not a large tender from lobbyists. This is one of the most important things we ever did as a company, because it wasn't set up to help us, it was set up to make sure that software is not just a spend item, essentially welfare to local industry. And in war, your ability to use, what does it mean to use software? How do you control your special operators? Where do they go? Where do they leave? Do they get the SIGINT information while they're on the battlefield or while they're not on the battlefield? Do you get information from space? Does that information from space provided to the people doing the actual operation? Can you disrupt the information flow of the adversary? Can you map their information flow? Can you do, it's one of the really interesting things is people assume people like in this room and civil libertarians are misaligned. Actually, very much aligned, because if you're working in complicated environments, only very few people can actually know the battle plan. That's called data protection. And that data protection has to be done in the most granular way, a way that can be made transparent internally, but not externally. These things are information technologies, and the West has an enormous advantage over the East. Why? Because if you're going to build a company, you're not going to build it in a country where the company will be taken over by the government the minute it's successful. And quite frankly, we in the West, for all of our problems, are blessed with the strongest technological centers in the world. Fortunately or unfortunately, mostly in the West Coast of the USA.
And you're not afraid we're going to lose that edge? A lot of people are predicting China to be, the leading producer of sophisticated technology.
The reason people like to fantasize China will win the AI war is because they have certain advantages. Like their conception of human rights is just different than say, the West. In fact, it's the disadvantages that we have, for example, data protection, that is are on the battlefield, as proven, some of the most important advantages. Why? Because when you're doing global, essentially complete acquisition of data in your domestic context, you don't actually care who sees what. You want to see everything. On a battlefield where you can't be 100% certain everyone on your side is on your side, you just can't operate that way. And so, plus, honestly, one of the magical parts of technology is the best of the best of the best are the people who create all the value, and the best of the best of the best, by and large, don't want to work for a dystopian fantasy, whether that's in China, Russia, or anywhere else, or in America, or in Germany, or in Poland.
You have criticized in the past very much Silicon Valley. Can you tell us more? I mean, you are based in Denver, live in New Hampshire.
I mean, some of this is in America.
You say the U.S. is a technological giant, and yet at the same time, you're very critical of many companies.
The original Silicon Valley 1.0, built dual-purpose technologies that were built for the military and then benefited the rest of society, primarily the West, but certainly America and the countries represented in this room. Silicon Valley 2.0 is largely built to transfer the highest value revenue to a tiny sliver of a tiny sliver of a tiny sliver of the tiniest sliver of people in the world, while convincing you it's a great thing by disseminating the thinnest, most hard to understand politics ever understood, called wokeism. And I'm a progressive, but this isn't, I don't believe actually progressive. And I believe that's a carcinogen on the West in particular, a carcinogen for which we pay a huge price, and is certainly not what Palantir is about. Silicon Valley, we see our role as being highly tethered to Silicon Valley 1.0, which is defending the West, creating dual purpose. I mean, the most significant part of our business now that's growing the fastest is commercial. And why? Because we spent over a decade understanding the underlying technical issues of working in a military intel context. And many of those insights are crucially valuable for industry, especially industry that is under pressure.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions as we move to our discussion? Don't see any yet, because I think there's yes, so there's a lady, and there's a gentleman there. So let's take the two questions, starting from the lady on the left, my left, I'm sorry, and then the gentleman on the right. Please, introduce yourself.
Yeah, so Joanna von der Mave from the Center for European Policy Analysis in DC. So Palantir was at the center of some huge controversy a couple of years ago regarding some of the work with ICE, and obviously being a company that works in intelligence, there were some questions as to whether Palantir pushes the boundaries of the values that underscore democratic societies and human rights protection. What has Palantir done to address that? And can you give us some insight into how these companies are changing and adapting to really embody the values-based way in which we run societies and taking that in? I know I work very closely with your head of ethics, so just some insights and lessons that can be learned for other technological companies looking to work both commercial and
Palantir
in military.
No easy questions here.
Oh, you know, I like the article. So Palantir, some of this, by the way, is inside baseball for America. I don't think anyone in Europe in any way would support the immigration policy that we have in America. I'm pro-immigration, but in reality of what we did with our product and what we continue to do with our product is it's used to deport people in America who are undocumented. This is largely not controversial outside of America. I think most people, I lived in Europe most of my life. So the ethical questions involving Palantir, largely in my view, come down to what does it mean to work with software in a civil society, and that comes down to who sees the data, under what conditions, can you conform with GDPR or ethical contribution, ethical strictures, legal normative components in America and globally. What's interesting about Palantir is there's only one platform I know of the world that actually conforms to these, and that's Palantir, which is why so much of Europe is powered by Palantir. And unfortunately in America, some of the critiques are just politicization. I'm very in favor of actual only buying software that conforms to the strictest norms, both because it's good for society and it's great for Palantir. And you see this in the countries that have adopted Palantir. But let me give you a slightly different riff on this. There's a famous quote from Wittgenstein, which is, ein Regel folgen zu glauben ist kein Regel zu folgen, which is to say you're following a rule. I believe the most important thing Palantir is actually doing is not whether we should be used to deport undocumented people in America, most of which were in the context of where we were doing it, involved in felonious behavior. I think that ends actually is more politicization than a real issue. I do think there are real issues around profiling and when do you use this software in a local jurisdictional context? We've walked away from building databases against Muslims and many other things. And there's some very, very legitimate issues that are concerning that are hard to answer in courts in a short form. But what does it mean in the West currently to use software? It means to defend your ideas. And why do I want to be here? Why are you here? Because the idea of sovereignty of a nation comes down to software heroism and an ability, which leads to the ability to push back on a larger, more powerful power. And the correlator of Wittgenstein is to believe in an idea but not be willing to defend it, in my view, is not believing in it. Just like in the civil liberties context, to say you're pro-civil liberties but not take the time to understand what that means technically, by the way, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, is actually not to be on civil liberties. It's just to be red or blue factioned in America, when in fact civil liberties are a technical issue. To believe you believe in freedom, general flow of ideas, an ability to define what the border of your country is and not be willing to defend it, in my view, means you don't believe in the idea. And software, especially my company, Palantir, plays an enormous role in the defense of these ideas. And I'm very, very proud of that. And I think on the civil liberties debate thing, I hope we move past red, blue civil liberties, neither of which are right. I've historically been progressive. I believe mostly what people want in the civil liberties community is right, although a certain percentage of them, it's not about that, it's about who you voted for. And I think that's a really bad way to do civil liberties. And we're now basically in a different context, and you're going to find people like me where civil libertarians have been skeptical. I want to defend the civil liberties primarily by making sure the countries that are actually pro-civil liberties win by espousing the values we believe in. By the way, again, on the battlefield, not just in like protecting data, making sure people aren't profiled in America, conforming with GDPR in Europe, but on the actual battlefield where these things are often decided, the ability to segment data, to control who sees what, to purge data, to make sure only the people on your side in the specialized components see the data, i.e. exactly what you need in GDPR, is exactly what wins the battle, while actually being able to control your positions, understand the adversary, and disrupt their information flow. And it's the ability to win on that battlefield that actually makes sure you don't have wars, that the values we believe in actually turn out to be the winning values, that the best people are involved in these values. And that's why these conferences in Poland and why Poland and Ukraine are so important, not just to the people of Poland, Ukraine, in Eastern Europe, but to all of us. And why civil liberties are actually crucial to what we've done. Of course, there's always what you do and whether people believe you. When you're supplying, I think we're the largest supplier of software, pure software in the world by a lot. And so people often wonder, well, if you're doing that and you're supporting clandestine services and police departments, how can you actually be pro-civil liberties? But what I would say in a longer format is that's exactly why you're pro-civil liberties.
Thank you, Alex. I think that's a very important discussion, and thank you for this question. I hope you can continue also later on this. But we had another question coming up. If I see, yes, please, the gentleman in the back.
Hello, my name is Adam Sobczak. I invest in companies whose main product depends on AI or machine learning, if you would. Not that heavy question, but as well important. I think we had in recent years, 10 years, some revolutions in industries like automotives. So disruptors went, and we shifted from hardware perspective to software perspective of the whole product. What do you think where military are now? They're thinking about the tanks, aircraft.
Well, there you're going. So what is the influence of AI in the military? Look, everyone is watching. Like, especially if you're in an adversarial country, you are watching exactly what's happening in Ukraine, and what they are learning is that it's the combination of heroism, something which is inborn, can't be replaced, conventional arms, and what you're calling AI, although AI here is a synonym for platform data management and AI. And what they're also learning is, holy shit, with very little money, you can actually go up against, with resources that would have been irrelevant 10, 15 years ago in fighting us, you can change the game. The same way we learned in the Valley, that's why so many of these companies come from the Valley. With very little investment, you can massively outperform. Again, the most important thing you can do if you're in the military or in military operations now, though, is make sure that these very legitimate questions are actually being answered technically. If they're not being answered technically, like does the software work? Work also includes data protection. It also includes data management. It includes does the AI actually add real value? You'll spend a lot of resources and essentially get nothing. So essentially, long story short, the winners in industry and in government are people who can actually interact with technology, a new kind of technology, effectively. And it is new, it takes a lot of effort, and one of the most important things you can do, whether you're industry or in government, is depoliticize that. It must be depoliticized. You must actually implement what works, or you will lose.
Thank you, Alex. We have really 3 minutes left. Is there any other question in the room, or may I ask the last question to you. I'm sorry, I see there's, okay, so let's take one more question here.
Thank you, Peter Burns. It seems like Palantir is doing something unique in the space of defense, which is attracting sort of talented young people in a way that legacy defense industry companies seem to be losing to Silicon Valley. How are you doing that? What is sort of the philosophy?
And I would do a follow-up question, because actually that was also my question. We were talking just in the backstage that you're interested in Poland and Ukraine because of the software talent, people that are here and the software. But at the same time, although in Europe we produce great cars, we can't really produce great software, or at least we cannot compete with what's happening in the United States. So if you could combine these two questions, the last 2 minutes we have
I'm
left.
here, very honored to be here. One of the reasons I'm here is because of the software talent in this region. I would say Poland and Ukraine are shining examples. And we value the very unique kind of talent which you find here. I believe first thing Europe has to do is address the situation, like, stop producing copies of American companies and try to produce unique companies that are truly baller, to use the term we would use in the Valley. I suspect many of those companies are going to come from this region simply because in Eastern Europe, building exactly as much closer to Silicon Valley 1.0. You build software that you need for a war environment. That software better work. And then you figure out ways to use it commercially. You build on things that actually work, not on PowerPoints supported by your government that are largely supporting consultants that have never built a tech company. And this is very much linked to how you attract the best talent. This question, this is exactly the kind of question you have to answer internally. What is your software going to do? How is it going to create value where value is not just killing the adversary, but protecting your norms? And if you want to have the best of the best of the best, you have a talent spotter, which is part of what I did for, and am doing. And I go to the places where people undervalue the talent. That's like, I know the talent in Poland in this region is better than other people for lots of reasons. I go there, I spot the talent, I recruit them. And how do you keep them? You keep them by saying, hey, these are very tough questions. A normal company could never solve these questions. In our environment, they're going to be solved in a depoliticized way, which is very appealing, by the way, especially in America, because people are really tired of politicization. We can't get our politicians to stop it because it's so effective, and you can't explain why the country doesn't work, but you can explain why you hate your neighbor. And it works in Poland and here because you guys are never going to be into that stuff. That just doesn't make any sense to you. You might pretend you're okay with it because you have a great alliance with us in America. No Polish person buys into that. And you come and you work in a depoliticized environment on the most important issues. And by the way, when COVID breaks out, the vaccine you got in America or in Britain, that's in Palantir. Most of the terrorists that all these things that you can't, the war in Ukraine, actually institutionalizing norms you believe in. By the way, institutionalizing norms does not mean writing a paper about them. It means winning with them. And that's a business problem. If you want to write a paper about norms in a politicized way, there's a 10-year track for you. But you're not going to want to go there anymore as a really talented quantitative person, because the minute you trip some qualitative line you didn't even understand, you're not going to get tenure. You want to be in an environment where your values win. And you know how you can do that? You build a software company and you get people like in this room to implement the software, and you say, hey, I know I'm not likable, but the software is going to bring you alive home and your values are going to win. You want likability? There's 50 companies that can do that, and they can do it in every jurisdiction. They know the best steak, they know the best golf course, their teeth are white. We don't do that, but we do attract and retain the best talent, and we build products, and the products are so powerful that people are scared of them. And they,
Yeah, Alex, thank you. Thank you so much. I think you've convinced a big chunk of the audience. Not sure if everyone, but I know, Alex, you'll be around, so I hope you'll have an opportunity to answer also direct questions from our wonderful Warsaw Security Forum audience. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for talking about software at war, a very critical part of our response to the war that has been waged on us. Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you to both Katarzyna and Alex for such a thought-provoking set of remarks and conversation. Now it is time for one more industry presentation. We will hear from Milliken & Company, renowned experts working across a vast number of industries with 8,000 associates across 46 locations globally. Let's all welcome on stage Anna Zeigen, Head of International Sales for Government and Defense at Milliken & Co. Anna, welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anna Zeigen, and I'm a head of the International Business Unit responsible for the governmental and defense business by Milliken & Company. Milliken has been a supplier of the textiles for the US Army uniforms for decades, and we are very much focused on the performance and the technology. This morning, I would like shortly talk about the important topic, namely how to increase the survivability of your personnel, improve their comfort and their safety. Milliken has been innovator of the textile science by anticipating and understanding the threats which the warfighters are facing. During the presentation this morning, I will be talking about three main topics: about the latest FR technology, about the mitigation of the detection by the electro-optic sensors, and also about the neutralizing a real danger, which is a cold weather. The first one is the flame protection. I think in the current conditions, everyone understands that having the FR uniform is more important than ever. 5 to 15% of the injuries which the soldiers are facing are coming exactly from the burn injuries in the military conflicts. A modern uniform has been designed to perform and protect, to do not really decrease the level of the comfort of the user and really provide the right level of the flame protection. Milliken developed a technology which is called Rescue Ripstop, which is not only focused on the durability, but is mostly focused on the safety. Our main focus is to keep the protection level in terms of the NIR or short-wave infrared in a textile by enhancing the performance and durability of the textile. Our camouflage doesn't wash out up to 100 washes cycles, and this is really improving the safety of the personnel, because if you wash out the camouflage, you wash out the near-infrared or short-wave infrared, which is really responsible for the mitigation of the detection of the personnel by the optical devices. The next one is a very important topic. It's talking about the concealed technology developed by our company, which is responsible really for the detection of the personnel in the optical goggles. On the screen, on the slide, you can see on the left a soldier, the first one, wearing a very simple uniform, which is absolutely not protecting the wearer. It's easily detectable, it's easily visible. You can really see this through the optics without any issues. The next one is wearing a standard level of protection, which is a kind of a near-infrared protection. It's still easily visible and detectable. The next three next to him are wearing the uniforms, which are made with the concealed sphere technology, which is really protecting the soldier against being visible. And it's also mimicking, the technology is mimicking the reflectance of the background on the reflectance of the camouflage. A few words of the explanation. The picture was taken through the shortwave infrared camera in a daylight from the distance of 100 meters. And you can see easily how efficient the technology is which Millikan is providing. What is also important, the technology can be used in a different terrains, in a different camouflages, has no negative impact on the wearer and on the comfort of the wearer, and is also not changing day versus night or cold versus warm or dry versus wet uniform. It's still protecting the same and can be easily integrated into all essential products the military personnel is currently wearing. I mean by into the uniforms, into the sleeping bag system, into the weather protection items, into tents, whatever items you need to have to really conceal the soldier, the technology can be easily adapted. The next topic which I would like to talk shortly about is the cold weather. We all know that surviving in a cold weather, it's really an extraordinary team effort. Winter warfare is exposing the soldiers into very extreme elements such as ice, snow, cold, very often dynamically changing weather conditions, sometimes rain, and operating in a cold is really slowing down the operations. It requires much more energy and strength, and the concentration really decreases. To perform the mission, the soldiers really need the right protection and the right level of insulation to focus on the tasks instead of focusing on the threats they are facing. Millikan developed a unique clothing system together with our textile partners, which performs in a very Arctic weather conditions from -45 Celsius up to 4 Celsius. This system has been battlefield proven in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's an existing system and also contains a lot of different items which can be easily combined according to the individual preferences and according to the weather conditions on the terrain the soldier is currently operating. It's lightweight, breathable, adjustable, can be easily adapted to the personal needs. Going from wet to cold, or very often going wet and cold, requires a high water evaporation because the soldier, when it's moving or is in a stress condition, is sweating a lot and really requires the items which will keep him dry and warm. And only the complete layering system can secure this type of the protection and can perform in a very challenging weather conditions. Through the versatile system of garments, the soldiers are getting exactly help they need and support they need, and they can really focus on the mission. And men and women in the service deserve for the best uniforms to be able to survive and to be able to succeed their missions. Our mission is to keep the soldiers' mission ready. That's why we continue to innovate and bring new innovative technologies to perform and protect. If there are any questions, we have a stand on the main corridor and we would be happy really to answer all of them. Thank you for your time and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that very informative presentation. I remind everyone following either here or online that you can participate in the conversation by using the hashtag WSF2022. And of course, for those of you who are here in person, we encourage you to continue to come forward with your questions. And now we're going to transition to the next topic on our agenda, is heavy armor, a relic of the past, conclusions from the war in Ukraine. To moderate this discussion, we welcome to the floor Terry Schultz, a freelance reporter. Let's please give Terry a welcome on the stage.
We all test? Okay. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here, and thank you to the Warsaw Security Forum for addressing this not at all rhetorical question about whether heavy weaponry is a relic of the past based on conclusions we've learned in Ukraine. And I would add to the title of our panel, Conclusions Learned from the War in Ukraine This Far, because by anyone's stretch of the imagination, despite the stunning advances of the Ukrainian military on the battlefield, the war is very far from over, sadly. I'm Terry Schultz, as was mentioned. I've been covering NATO for the last 15 years for the likes of National Public Radio and Deutsche Welle, German Public Television, and anyone else who will buy stories about security and defense. And business has been getting much better lately, thankfully, for me, unfortunately for the Ukrainians. I was at NATO headquarters that day in April when the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba, said that his country wants 3 things from NATO: weapons, weapons, and weapons. Of course, they have sub-desires along those topics. What kind of weapons? And of course, we all remember the scramble to ship over as quickly as possible all the Soviet-era stocks. And then, of course, the problems with running out of munitions, which are no longer manufactured, and all the scramble about who would send which old jets replaced by which newer jets. And of course, the Ukrainians, meanwhile, asking for newer equipment. Sometimes the West had excuses like, well, you wouldn't know how to use that. And then the Ukrainians surmounted that by being coached by Skype and launching successful attacks, even with weaponry that they hadn't been trained on. So this question about what now is the most practical investment in weaponry and whether that's changed based on the war is something that my eminent experts are going to address here today. And we will find that indeed some things have changed in the last 6 months. So joining me here our Lieutenant General Tomasz Piotrowski. He's the operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces. Thank you for being here. General Sir Mark Carleton-Smith, Chief of the General Staff in the UK from 2018 to 2022. Lieutenant General Andreas Marlow, Deputy Chief of the German Army. And Philip Peterson, he's president of the New Generation Warfare Center, and they've all kindly allowed me to go to first name now, so I don't just have to say General, 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 and Phil. To get started here, I'm going to start with Tomasz, and looking first at the question in our panel. Is heavy weaponry a relic of the past, or are we changing our views? Are Western militaries changing their expenditures based on what we have seen in Ukraine? And along those lines, Poland has just ordered new tanks and howitzers that they weren't expecting to buy because they thought that things would be going in a higher tech direction. So I'll start with you, Tomasz.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and thank you very much for the question. For the first part of your question, the simplest answer is no.
No, it's not a relic of the past?
Yes,
okay.
Definitely. For the second part, yes. But going to the justification, definitely as a start point, it is too early to finally assess or conclude our lessons from Ukraine. Definitely, we still need more time, more information, more analysis when we are talking about something what is very serious like war, very serious war very barbaric war, totally unjustified war, Russia against Ukraine. And of course, we have to look for this process, for those lessons, as well as our assumptions and assessments, not only perspective for the one single asset, like a tank or, for example, armored howitzer is. We have to look for the war and our lessons for the broader perspective, let me say. We have to also take into consideration some our, let me say, assessment and our expectations, because for sure this war is not like we expected to have, like we assessed Russia armed forces. Frankly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, we assess Russia armed forces as very much capable, very much ready to conduct joint combined operation with, let me say, good doctrinal approach, with strong leadership. We exactly remember how many rumors, how many discussions, how many books was caused by so-called Gerasimov's writings. And we believed very much how capable is Russia's army, including some armored elements as a part of whole of this apparatus. But in the same time, Russia missed a lot of assessment, missed a lot of approach to the war. Of course, Russia also took some wrong assumptions, especially when we are talking about Ukrainians and Ukraine leadership, starting from Mr. President through the governmental levels down to armed forces, which really took advantage as well as lessons from the war since 2014, especially in the eastern part of Ukraine. And of course, as I mentioned, Russia underestimated Ukrainian leadership, what was crucial, especially in the very early part of the war.
But didn't everyone underestimate Ukraine's leadership? Also the West underestimated Ukraine's leadership.
Of course. And when we are talking about Russia, there was also a lot of negligence, especially when we are talking about logistic and sustainment of operation, as well as reinforcement of force. And of course, what is also very important, Russia also lost a battle of perception, so-called. Definitely, Ukraine as a country and society of Ukraine is doing extremely good work, showing us how barbaric, how cruel this conflict is. And of course, going to the point about armored formation, armored assets, for sure it's not the past and not, let me say, a sunset for such kind of armament. Speaking about tank, we should remember that this is very capable, very firepower assets, delivering for the troops a lot of force protection, as well as delivering, especially to the direction of enemy, a psychological effect. And we have to remember that when our troops, our formation use armored systems like tanks, howitzers, and additional IPCs, when those troops are well trained, well motivated, it is really game changer in a battlefield. Of course, speaking about our perspective and our decisions, yes, we took a decision to strengthen our armed forces, not only by the perspective of tanks, but also artillery and other systems, because we have to remember where we are located, what was today mentioned by Chief of General Staff of Polish Armed Forces, General Andrzejczak. We fully understand our place in the Europe on the crossroad of many roads. We also remember our history, so we also feel growing pressure for us as a responsible force in the region and a very much responsible country for some elements of security situation. So those reasons, from my perspective, is not definitely the end of armored equipment era.
But Mark, this would have been a different question. Would it not have, had this war not happened, the UK has phased out a lot of its heaviest weaponry in its latest defense expenditure. Will you, like Poland, need to go back and look at this and perhaps spend money on things that you had thought you wouldn't be bringing back into your arsenal?
Tell you, it does feel like a moment of reckoning, inevitably. And this is what long-term strategic competition against revisionist powers in Europe feels like. But I think the deductions from the British Integrated and Security Review that concluded last year still remain broadly sound. You know, the object of that exercise was to field a suite of balanced capabilities across not just the conventional domains, land, sea, and air, but also put much greater emphasis around the new dimensions of warfare that the 21st century has revealed, specifically the emphasis on space and cyber. And I think we emerged with some conclusions that put much greater investment priorities to prepare the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force for a different form of competition associated with the information age, which was not to say that some industrial aspects of warfare were now anachronistic and wholly in the past. And clearly events this year in Ukraine have demonstrated that to be the case. But it was to prove the point that the nature of land warfare is changing, and successful armies have always adapted, amongst other things, to the changing character and nature of the threat, which has become much more hybrid, and secondly, to the consequences of the permanent and escalating technological revolution. And the advent of artificial intelligence, robotic and autonomous systems, ubiquitous sensors, has meant that land warfare will transform. These are not simply accessories with which we will augment how we conduct our business. In many respects, the digital age is going to fundamentally transform land warfare. And the integrity and security of our data and our digital networks has now become a much higher priority. So the British Army emerged with, yes, a reduced fleet of main battle tanks, but we elected to upgrade 150 of them so that we've got a completely digitized platform that we think will be more lethal and more survivable, and more importantly, takes account what I think is the changing economics of tomorrow's battlefield, whereby relatively slow, very expensively manned equipment that's virtually irreplaceable may not survive very long unless it's packaged in an appropriately balanced all-arms force. And that's particularly true of the tank, because we're already seeing the inescapable realities of the future of land warfare. It's conducted at very much longer ranges. The battle space is much more precise, much more lethal. It's effectively one giant sensor. And therefore, we've got to pay much higher premium around capabilities such as stealth and survivability. And that's what I thought our integrated review revealed.
And that hasn't changed based on the very urgent needs of Ukraine to which the UK is responding?
Well, I think that it clearly comes with a set of nuances about what we're seeing in Ukraine. And much as we did in the manner in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when we added what we termed an additional new chapter to the comprehensive review that had only concluded 24 months earlier, I imagine that in the balance of this year and into 2023, the British government will be watching the lessons from Ukraine and what other countries may challenge us and what lessons they may be learning, so that we make the right alterations in an appropriate manner. But certainly predicated on the projected defense spend in the UK that would see an increase to certainly 2.5 and potentially 3% of GDP in the balance of this decade. There are some big decisions and choices that we may choose to make.
I think I'll ask more questions about that later because I have them. But moving on to Germany, Andreas, if you just read the headlines, you would think that German tanks are the most desirable piece of equipment ever. What has Germany? How is Germany looking at its defense expenditure now? Have you made the right decisions? I mean, you're under an enormous amount of scrutiny all the time, certainly in Brussels and from other parts of Europe. What is the Bundeswehr looking at right now in terms of your most important weaponry? And how has that changed based on the war and based on the demands for Germany to do more?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this whole process of readjusting the German armed forces and especially also the German army started already after 2014. But 24th of February somehow brought us the resources, and you are aware of this 100 billion euro package that our government has donated to the armed forces. So I think we are now structurally, material-wise, and also personal-wise now changing the direction towards warfighting and towards collective defense. And I mean, I could go into detail, that would last hours, but let me just mention some brief details of these reforms. Structurally, we want to establish 3 cohesive, fully equipped divisions, which we will then fully commit to NATO, with a main effort on the eastern flank in order to support the collective defense effort of NATO. Secondly, we are inventing or introducing a new kind of force structure which we call medium forces in addition to light forces and heavy forces. And these medium forces can be compared to what the US already have with the so-called striker brigades. And we want to establish 3 of these, mainly based on already in service modules, which is mainly the Boxer vehicle and with different variations. But I think the main effort above this is the restructuring towards warfighting composition of brigades and divisions with all the enablers at the respective levels and a full digitization effort over the whole force. And alone within this package of 100 billion euros, 12.5 billion euros will go into digitization and new command and control means for the army alone. So that is very significant from our point of view, and that will bring us a big step forward. And this is why this is the whole question of C2 in a digitized army is the #1 priority of my chief of the army. Second priority is operating under protection, which means we have to reintroduce air defense and army air defense and counter UAV into our structures so that the units can move under this protective umbrella, as well as to improve all the enabler that we require in order to successfully conduct combined arms operations. I just want to name artillery, which we will increase from today 4 to in future at least 9 battalions. Material-wise, in this 100 billion package, there are a lot of projects that now come into fruition that were previously planned, but the resources were lacking. We're looking into the modernization of material that we have already on stock. For instance, our main battle tank fleet, which is, I would say, 50% already fully digitized and on the state-of-the-art level, and the other 50%, we're looking also to bring them up to that level in order to achieve or to bridge the time until we hopefully introduce the main ground combat system that we are currently developing together with the French. And finally, the personnel question, which is to somehow rebuild the personnel body of the German army in order to achieve more readiness and to have, let me say, like this, the younger persons in the field army and the elderly ones in the HQs and the other installations that are more, where we can make use from the experience, so to say. And last but not least, we are already committing large formations of the German army towards NATO. So you know about our EFP efforts and also our commitments into Slovakia, but we also now committed one additional brigade for Lithuania, which has now a forward command element in Lithuania, and which is on a daily basis available for deployment in case if that is needed. And we will increase the training activities in that region. So this is what we are currently doing. Our intermediate goal is to have one heavy division ready in 2025 for the eastern flank, and the next step will then be in 2027 with the next heavy brigade available for that region. So that's perhaps in a nutshell what we are currently doing. And I think this is really a big effort that we are undertaking, and we are all committed to this, and we are all committed to support our partners in the East in this current difficult situation.
So just to maybe put a spotlight on this and picking up on something you said, the 100 billion was galvanized by the war in Ukraine, but how many of these ways that you're going to spend it were already ways you knew that you needed to spend it and you just didn't have the money? How much of it is different now because of the war? Where are there different spending tracks now that would not have been there, perhaps on heavier weaponry that would have been phased out, that you now, with the 100 billion, can use it?
Yeah, I mean, the point is that I think the intent of this 100 billion package, which will not solve all the problems that we have, which result out of 30 years of reducing and spending cuts. Yeah. But this 100 billion were intended to achieve all, or to bring forward all the projects which were already mature enough to achieve a short-term effect, because I think time is also critical in the current situation. And this is why you see a lot of projects which were already, I think, initiated or somehow on the way, which are now underfed with resources. There are some other things that we look into how we can solve them from the regular budget, which is, for instance, the increase of artillery. But I'm confident that our government is going into that direction. Our Chancellor just recently said that he's still committed to the 2% aim, which would mean a significant increase in the annual budget compared to what we had in the past.
As 2% is a thing of the past. Moving on to Phil, please take a look now at why the Russian military failed so badly. You've been tracking Soviet and Russian military capabilities for decades now. Were you surprised by their performance or lack of performance on the battlefield? And also, if you will, take a stab at the European militaries. I mean, do you think that they're up to the task now, as certainly concerns are different than before Russia waged war on a neighbor?
Let me begin by just noting that new generation warfare is comprised of 9 elements, which can be grouped into 3 groupings: non-kinetic, kinetic, and nuclear. And let's be clear, at this point, the Russians are only losing at the kinetic area. Now, I find 3 reasons for that. First is scale of warfare. The Russians have traditionally, through the Soviet period and now again in the Russian Federation period, thought about warfare in terms of operational strategic scale. And they built their equipment designed for deep operations, high speed, high rates of fire. For example, the T-72 is probably a perfect tank for that mission. Unfortunately, the Russians aren't fighting at the operational strategic scale. They're fighting at the tactical scale. And over the last 8-9 years, NATO countries have helped share our vast experience in tactical warfare with the Ukrainians. And so long as the Russians fight at our level, at the level we're best at, there's no way they're going to ever win. So that's the first thing. The war has been fought at the wrong scale. The second reason
right scale for our side. The right scale for the Western side, the wrong scale for the Russians.
The second reason is that the war has been led by a terrorist and a fireman. Putin's only experience in life, or at least his formative professional experience, was running Red Brigade operations in Europe. He's a terrorist. So what experience does he have in running major operations, military operations? Zero. And he chose, as his defense minister, a fireman. Shoigu is an expert in emergency situations. Again, absolutely no experience in conducting warfare. Shapashnikov, the great military writer, Russian writer, called the general staff the brain of the army. Well, the brain has been severed from the body. So how do you expect the body to fight a war successfully? It's not going to. Now, the third reason is one that surprised me. And that was the level of systemic corruption went so deep in the army, it didn't escape anything. That's why we have regimental commanders going into the depots and finding of 50 tanks, 7 are operable and blowing their brains out. Real patriots, real believers in their army were failed by the system. What surprised me, and shouldn't have, when you put a bunch of gangsters in charge of a nation and then expect them and their kleptocratic system not to seep down to the bottom levels of society, how could we have missed that? But that's the third and final straw to break the Russian army.
And are the Europeans up for it now? I mean, and are the European militaries? I mean, there have been some kicks in the pants with this war, but do you think that Europe has moved quickly enough to get itself to the level it needs to be?
If we,
in this case, Europe equaling NATO, I should say.
Well, my concern is that we don't finish Russia off. Listen, Russia is an imperial paradigm. It will, as Paul Goebel used to say back at the CIA, Russia is just a bad idea. And it needs to be, we need to make Russia go through decolonization. It's not for us to force any particular system on the peoples of Russia. But they need a chance to decide for themselves. If we don't finish this mission, we're going to have another repeat, just like we thought in '91, that was the end of it. In 22 is not going to be the end of it either unless we actually change Muscovy. So we need to be thinking now about war termination and what the future security system in Europe looks like. If we don't do those two things, shame on us.
I'd like to give the panelists a chance to respond to any of your fellow speakers first. Otherwise, I have a question or two, and we'd like to get the audience involved.
I might just build on Phil's interesting observations, because if one takes a step back and looks at Putin's decisions in the macro context, I mean, he is learning a hard lesson in the expedient wars of political choice often throw up a series of very undesirable and ill-considered consequences. I think we're learning that the rules-based international system is not self-sustaining nor indeed self-organizing. It's actually underpinned by power. It's underpinned by hard power, and predominantly, albeit not exclusively, American hard power. And we Europeans are reminded just how important the United States is to the defense and security of Europe. And I'd like to think that the United States is reminded just how important Europe is in the third decade of the 21st century, when rather inevitably they are considering the consequences of also being a Pacific nation as well as a transatlantic nation.
I mean, just thinking of the role Poland has played, being sort of the organizer on the border, the country, the only country that could have managed to get the weapons across. You've really stepped up and served as the focal point at NATO, I know, for organizing the shipments, not least the shipments.
Yes, this is really true. This is why I told that we know and understand our role in whole of this, let me say, structure, game, war, and everything what is now doing within the Europe. And if I may make a comment to Mr. Professor statement, of course, I fully agree that Russia lose the kinetic war. I strongly believe we will, and I hope we will not have an occasion and opportunity to check how determined is Russia to use the nuclear weapon, because the unpredictability, how Putin is determined to use such kind of assets, nobody probably knows the determination of this madman. And of course, non-kinetic assets, we suffer a lot of them. Before the war against Ukraine, mentioned many times, migration conflict with Belarus, and frankly speaking, Belarus is also the asset of Russia. So this is our perspective that we really understand what's going on. And of course, I agree with Mr. Professor about our, let me say, some also missed portion of information about assessment of influence of Putin and his, let me say, gang for the Russia as a country. Definitely, I fully agree.
Andreas?
Yeah, perhaps one comment from my side. I also think that we will have to deal with the threat coming from Russia for the foreseeable future. And I also agree that we are relying on, but are also dependent on the US to let's say, stabilize or bolster our defense here in Europe. And this is where I think we as Europeans can do more in terms of better synchronize our armament projects, which are, if you look at state of the art, becoming increasingly expensive when you look at small numbers that each nations are procuring. And on the other hand, in terms of interoperability, so that at least our command and control, but also our logistical means are interoperable so that we can support each other. Let me give you one example. We identified that from the different NATO 155mm systems that were delivered to the Ukraine, none of them could, without certain adjustments, fire ammunition from different countries, which is of the same caliber, which is stupid since we have, standardization working groups in NATO for decades now. Yeah. And these kind of little things are things where I think we as Europeans have to become much better.
Yeah, there's an entire unit for that. I always wondered sort of, what do they do? And now we know what they don't do, or they need to do. I wanted to ask if there are any Ukrainians in the room who would like to ask a question, because I have asked Foreign Minister Pavlo Klimkin, with whom I spoke over the weekend, if he would like to ask a question to my panel since he's not here. But I would give the floor to any Ukrainian in the room first. I don't see any hands. So let me just, this is a quick question. Yes, I will give you the floor first, and then I'll still ask Pavlo's question. Please.
Hello, my name is Maria.
We're giving you a mic here, 1 second.
Hello, my name is Maria Zolkina. I am researcher at Democratic Initiatives Foundation, Kyiv-based think tank. I have a question regarding the composition of political and military components when it comes to new security architecture in response to ongoing war. It's to me, as an expert, it's obvious that we, Ukraine, and our partners in the European Union and NATO have to think how this security structure will look like. It includes whether Ukraine will be joining NATO, as we are politically stating right now. If not, then what is the intermediate scheme, let's say, or the temporary scheme for that kind of challenge? So what do you think about how to help Ukraine, not only by arms, to secure us and our eastern neighbors, in case we are not in NATO, or maybe you support the idea that Ukraine should join NATO as soon as possible? Thank you.
My experience with military guys is they're going to say that's a political question, but I'm going to try it anyway. They're all looking at me. Okay, should Ukraine be a NATO member?
I think it's a very relevant question, because it's hard to imagine that when this conflict concludes, which it does, that part of the arrangement will be a very serious security guarantee by certainly Western states, if not the international community, to Ukraine's future security. We have a very successful model for what that looks like in Europe, and that's NATO. And we also have a model and precedent as to how we incrementally incorporate countries pre-accession. The most important thing will be complete lack of ambiguity with respect to Moscow's interpretation about the seriousness of the international community and the Western alliance's intent to secure the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And the best model for that is NATO, because it comes with precisely that guarantee and with the right unambiguous strategic communications. Anything less than that leaves a chink of light for a Russian president who will assume that he still has unfinished business in the Caucasus, in the Ukraine, and potentially in the Baltic states.
But Mark, that doesn't answer her question. Ukraine knows this, and that's why they want in, obviously.
Well, I'm not clearly going to comment on the political and the policy piece, but as a professional soldier, my advice would be that the NATO model, if you want to guarantee the territorial security of Ukraine, is the proven example.
Any other volunteers? Poland, you are among the country, I mean, I know not the government and not the military, but among the countries saying let them in.
Okay, I fully understand your approach and your will to be a member of NATO, and I support the whole of the process. But despite of those final effects, and we as a not only Polish armed forces but also as a Poland, we decided to support Ukraine, doesn't matter in what kind of circumstances, as a member of NATO or not. And our, let me say, not only political guidance, but as a foreign military professional, very important. But our will is to support you, doesn't matter in what kind of status of the country. Because I fully believe as a general and Polish citizen in your fight and for everything what are you doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a highly political question that I'm not in the position to answer, but I can imagine a lot of apart from that question, a lot of supporting and partnership and other supporting activities that are currently taking place, as well as that will be could be implemented in the future. But you know, to my knowledge, in the afternoon there are German politicians here available. Probably it's a question for them.
Phil, you want to answer?
As a very old intelligence officer, I would say that some of the cautions that you've heard today have been a bit too cautious. The idea that the United States' role is likely to be smaller, I think, is cautious. I think we should be looking at the possibility, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the possibility the United States might leave NATO. And I think that when we look at the evolving geostrategic environment in Europe today, we see the next champion in Europe, and the champion is Poland. And we are seeing countries beginning to look to Poland as the major ground power in Europe. And I think that, and certainly the commitment for the team of the M1 and the Apache states that fact. And I think that I'm not going to get into some of the sensitivities here in Poland about how you spend your money, but I think right now you're making some wise decisions. And I'm just concerned that I'm concerned that we are not looking to some of the evolutions that my British colleague has suggested, that the strategic environment is definitely going to be different, and we are not examining that closely enough right now.
I know that isn't fully satisfying because I'm at NATO every time when the map, when things don't advance, but I think they gave it a good effort. I have a couple more questions, and I'm going to warn my audience that I'm going to end up with Pavlo Klimkin's question. His question is, and we'll use this as the final remarks, what do your militaries need to do now? What will be your priorities now so that after the war, you're prepared for the 21st century warfare? So he just wants to hear what will be your spending priorities, almost irrelevant of the Ukrainian war. But I'll take a couple more questions from the audience. William, and the man in the second row, I'll take the two of those, and also the third one, and I'll toss these up here. We only have 10 minutes left, and I can't go over time. So quick answers, quick questions.
Thank you very much. Well, my question is about...
Identify yourself, William.
Oh, sorry. William Alberg, International Institute for Strategic Studies, Director of Strategy, Technology, and Arms Control. Thank you for taking the question. So if heavy armor is important, and if NATO has decided to defend every inch at all times, forward defense is the concept, military mobility is going to be critical. And being able to move, for instance, in the German case, 2 brigades to join a 3rd brigade in Lithuania with all their armor. What about road? What about rail? What about air? How are we going to get 100,000, 300,000, 500,000 troops forward to the fight, considering differences in rail gauge, considering inadequacies in APODs and SPODs? What's the plan for infrastructure in order to enable the armor to get into the fight?
Not only a question for Germany, but we'll let Andreas take it. Next question, I'll take 3, and then we have to be quite concise.
Janusz Onyszkiewicz, Euro-Atlantic Association. What puzzles me is a difference in philosophy between Poland and other countries in NATO as far as the role of tanks are concerned. Because after all, if our acquisition program will be completed, we'll have more tanks than in Germany, in France, and in the United Kingdom put together, twice as much. So I think the real question is, why is such a difference, and who is right? Thank you.
And then right there, and then we'll start with these and see how far we get for time. One more question, and then we'll see how much time we have. But right behind you, right behind.
Thank you. Jakub Knap, University of Warsaw. So I wanted to go back to the topic of heavy armor and posit an interesting historical parallel, that of between a battleship and cavalry. So I'm wondering, what is your opinion? Will tank become a battleship, which has been retired, although it's used on the battlefield, has been taken up by other other ships, or a cavalry, so that it will become redundant and simply retired as a form of Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with Andreas. The question to you on military mobility from William. Oh, I guess it was to everybody, but yeah. How do you? I mean, this is a question we talk about a lot.
That's a relevant question, and I think not all the questions are really solved in that framework. That is, and we have to re-establish some of the deployment means that we require. For instance, railway and all that in that context. But this is also why my chief of the army decided to build up at least 3 brigades exclusively on wheeled mobility platforms in order to be independent from railway deployment and from ship deployment, so that we can project significant combat power into a region with into the conflict region, and then gain time in order for the build-up of the heavy forces that has to follow via ship deployment or via rail deployment. And last point on this is if you look at how Germany was prepared in the time before 1989 with the stocks that were built up in Germany with the transportation system, with alternate crossing sites on rivers, with pre-planned obstacles and so forth. This is something that I also would like to see on the Eastern Front, as General Piotrowski called it, in order to gain time whenever time is critical.
But this is something that we heard at the Madrid summit is part of SACEUR's planning for the future, is part of NATO's planning to build up stocks along the Eastern Front, right? So we will be hearing news about this, hopefully, if I'm not wrong. Did you want to say something?
Speaking about number of tanks as well as huge amount of tanks, as well as very well-known problem of military mobility in the region. Maybe our armored formation, I'm not only talking about tanks themselves, but our armored formation partially, it will be the answer for, in the NATO scale, just to deliver appropriate capabilities on the eastern flank of NATO, as well as something like semi-solution, temporary solution to improve our capability to deploy forces on the eastern part. For two reasons, for two sides, it will be a beneficial situation, like for sure having heavy formation on the eastern part of Vistula River, for sure will be beneficial situation for the Poland itself, because Vistula River as a obstacle is a huge challenge. And for NATO perspective, mentioned deployment of force from the central as well as Western Europe, it will be also a beneficial perspective.
And we should mention that the number of battle groups has been doubled just in the past few months, so that certainly automatically puts more resources along the Eastern Front than you would have had before.
Yes, that's very true.
Well, maybe I'll go to the question about the main battle tank, which, if I understood it correctly, suggested that it was an increasingly obsolete legacy capability. And I mean, I think the evidence in Ukraine today is, amongst other things that the Ukrainian armed forces would want to have more of, more rapidly, are main battle tanks. So it would suggest that those who today are fighting the Russians see great utility for the tank on the battlefield. But it's also true that they have destroyed an extraordinary number of Russian main battle tanks because they've not been employed in a suitably tactical manner as part of combined armed packages that matches tanks with armored infantry, armored engineers, ground-based air defense, electronic warfare, etc. Left in isolation, it's as vulnerable as any other part of the military inventory. When used in combination, it's still a battle winner.
From an incredibly non-technical person, I found something so interesting about maintenance of the tanks was simply that the Russians had not rotated their tires. This is something I'm guilty of myself on my own car. This was mind-blowing to me, that this was why some of these tanks were failing. It wasn't technology, it was literally quality of the rubber tires, which again goes to leadership. And I'll go back to you now on the philosophy. Nobody answered the question of differences in philosophy. I mean, to some extent, covering NATO, I would have to say there's certainly convergence of philosophies as well, or you couldn't get any of these decisions made. But what would you say to that?
Well, I think the key element of all the discussions we have had and what we were supposed to have comes down to an old problem. And that problem appeared in the 60s when NATO attempted to introduce handheld anti-tank weapons onto the battlefield as an equalizer. And the Russian side said, we're struggling with the problem. How do you keep tanks make tanks less vulnerable, but address the problem of how do you keep infantry with the tanks? When the tanks have to go at the pace of the infantry, they slow down and they're more vulnerable for a longer period of time. So they introduced the BMP. And what we've gone through is a series of experiments. The most recent experiment is the Terminators, which the Russians have applied, at least Terminator 2 in the battle. And again, it comes back to, it's my only complaint of the Terminator 2 is that you can't simply switch from anti-personnel rounds to anti-vehicle rounds. And other than that, it's a great vehicle. The problem is the Russians never developed an approach to using it effectively on the battlefield. So it always comes back to, it seems to me, the superiority of our training for our types of democratic societies.
So I'm not sure we answered all of those questions well, but unfortunately we're running out of time, and I'm going to end with a question looking to the future. Instead of whether heavy armor is a relic of the past, what is the weaponry of the future? What is the priority that all of your militaries should invest in now so that you are ready beyond the Ukraine war? And I will start on that end with you, Phil.
To me, it's this idea that we don't need tanks is complete nonsense, armchair experts. What we need is lots of tanks, lots of armored vehicles, lots of helicopters, lots of mechanized, no-towed artillery. Those are obvious lessons. And one obvious lesson is that a guy by Patinas did one time. He proved that every battle that has been fought since antiquity involved more rounds per kill. And what we are seeing here proves the point again. If I were going to be advising Europeans in their investment, I would say, don't make a helicopter in Italy that can't stay on the battlefield with existing Russian helicopters. You can buy an American helicopter for that. What we really need everywhere is greater ammunition capacity. We simply don't make the ammunition that we need.
Yeah, that's definitely been proven. Andreas, what should Germany invest in?
Amongst all the priorities that we are currently having, I think for the medium and long term is I think our foremost priority is to achieve a transparent, fully digitized battlefield so that we have connected all the sensors and effectors on the battle in the German army in order to develop the speed on the battlefield that is really required.
Okay.
From our perspective, it's of course a huge challenge next to the existing planning process in Polish armed forces and NATO structures, is that they find the most beneficial solution for the future. And so far from my perspective as operational commander is that to find appropriate proportion of force, existing force in multi-domain operation concept. I believe this concept very much tailored for the Polish armed forces, with good proportion as our answer for the future, as well as an opportunity to win in the time of need against enemy number one, which is most significant enemy, which is Russia. We have to remember that we are land-oriented, having the perspective that Baltic Sea probably in the future will be the internal NATO's sea, with existing Russia's line of communication. We also see and listen our friends from Ukraine, how beneficial is a space for them with a lot of projects, delivering them data as well as some info products. And of course, this battle, multi-domain operation, will be very, very important for us. And we are struggle a lot, speaking and making some progress in this matter. In the same time, trying to find a solution. What kind of equipment, what kind of assets will be important in this let me say, concept for operation.
Thank you. In the UK.
I would go for three things. I would go for digitization, which I think, if done properly, will be as profound as mechanization was for land warfare in the 1930s and 1940s. I would go for integration and interoperability across the alliance, and I would go for readiness, which is about manpower, equipment, and sustainability.
Person power?
and deployability. Particularly important for the United Kingdom, there is no point packaging our forces on a small island.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you so much to our audience. I really enjoyed this, and we'll see you at the next panel. Thanks.
Thierry, dear speakers, thanks again for such an insightful conversation. And now it's time to hear more presentations from the industry. It is my enormous pleasure to invite to the stage Jonathan Hoyle, Vice President for Europe of Lockheed Martin USA. Jonathan, please join us on stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here once again at the Warsaw Security Forum. I'd like to talk about transatlantic security and the way that that needs to work as we go forward. I would contend that we face a shifting paradigm with events in Ukraine. That change of paradigm is driven in part by the need for consumption rates, as we have seen has happened in Ukraine, to be upped, as the previous panel was just talking about. We need to up the rates of production across industry. But also, we're seeing an increase in expenditure by governments across NATO, which also requires the same thing. So I'm going to address those in the light of the transatlantic partnerships. So many challenges faced by the governments today, particularly of NATO, but also of industry, and that transatlantic partnership is key. Our challenge is how to collaborate across governments and industry with the armed forces to deliver kit quickly and in the needed volume that wins the fight. And that, if you like, is the thing that has changed from the previous 30 years prior to the 24th of February, where we were fighting in Afghanistan and before that Iraq, but in a rather narrow definition of warfare. And the rest of the business, if you like, was being atrophied with lack of investment and expenditure, so that our supply chains were driven to be efficient and not necessarily carry spare capacity. So you see very little surge capacity in the industry pipeline, and that is now today a problem that we all face. And going from a flat level production run for many years to something that does that is not straightforward. It requires manpower, requires investment in infrastructure, and more importantly requires the raw materials at the base of the supply chain to generate those capabilities. The supply chain has, in some ways, fortunately been tested during the pandemic. We all learned very, very quickly with the onset of COVID where the pinch points were in our supply chains. And industry collectively has done a lot of work to address those pinch points, identify second and third sources of supply, and pass out payments early to enable it. Lockheed Martin itself was at one stage paying out over $400 million a week in advance payments to our supply chain to ensure that vulnerable suppliers remained available. So we have the knowledge of what's needed to address our supply chain, but I would contend that in today's environment it requires a joint approach by governments and industry across the Atlantic to address some of the underlying difficulties that would give us delay in getting the right kit in the right hands in the right volume. And I'll start with processes. As a former civil servant in the UK, I know an awful lot about processes and the way that governments work, and I also know that I had jobs where my intention was to slow down decision making to make things more affordable in the long run. Now we need to reverse that. The problem is the various national processes in place operate at the pace of decision making that was required 10 years ago, 20 years ago. We addressed Afghanistan and Iraq through urgent operational requirement procedures, which were distinct from our routine decision making process and never really bled across and speeded up the new processes. Those processes need improving, need speeding up. They need to be addressed on a cross-nation basis because inevitably when looking at multinational buys, we will move at the pace of the slowest country. And therefore there needs to be a dialogue within NATO, and I was fortunate to attend a CNAD meeting last week in Brussels where this very topic is being discussed by the NADs as to how to cut through the red tape and the processes and decision making to speed up things. I think in many ways the problem is quite deep and entrenched and needs some radical approach, but we did that with COVID. And I think the sooner we can apply some of those lessons for how decisions were taken in responding to COVID, we will better serve re-equipping our armed forces for the threat that they now face. We also need consistency of demand signals. Those demand signals for industry allow us to plan and invest for the future. In the past world, when I worked in the UK Ministry of Defence, we would chop and change our demand signals on a regular basis. We want 40 of this and we want it in 2 years' time, and then 3 months later we'd like 32 and we'd like them in 3 years' time. Those sorts of conversations prevent industry from working together and planning their supply chains and delivery in an efficient way. The problem exists on both sides of the Atlantic, and we've got to work together across that Atlantic partnership to make things better than they were in the future. Because as we've seen, provided we get enough Western kit in the right hands, in the right volume, at the right time, in the hands of defenders, they beat Russian kit every single time. That is what is happening in Ukraine. So provided we can ramp up, and I think the transatlantic challenge for all of us now in industry is how we maintain that flow of equipment, not only into Ukraine, but also to reinforce the stockpiles and war stocks of the NATO members so that we can deter future aggression in Europe. So as I said, it's a pleasure to be here again at the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the conference. I hope you will have a good dialogue and good conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And now it is time to watch a video presentation delivered on behalf of Leonardo by Colonel Salvatore Florio, Commander NATO's Task Force Air White Eagle, currently deployed to the 22 Tactical Air Base in Malmberg as part of an air policing mission protecting Polish skies from hostile incursions into its airspace.
Task Force Air White Eagle has already been engaged for several weeks on Malmberg's Królewó Airport, home of the 22nd Tactical Air Base, in a NATO mission in support of enhanced air policing activity with Eurofighter from 4 Italian Air Force operational wings. Task Force White Eagle conducted a series of activity with the Polish Air Force aimed at improving the interoperability capabilities of its air asset. The operational activity, which takes place on a daily basis within Poland airspace, so-called SHIELD, often sees the Italian Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon engaged together with Polish Air Force MiG-29 operating from Malmberg base. The mission carried out by the Eurofighters offers pilots from both nations the opportunity to test the capabilities of their respective defense system and provide the Italian Air Force operational personnel the chance once again to exploit the potential of the Eurofighter Typhoon, the result of industrial collaboration between Germany, Great Britain, Italy and Spain, which is capable of offering wide-ranging and highly effective operational capabilities in the field of the air defense together with NATO partners. For the first time in Poland, in enhanced air policing operation, the Task Force Air White Eagle is under the direct national dependence of Joint Operation Headquarters, and from August 1st to November 30, 2022, operates alongside the Polish Air Force to protect the northeastern flank of the Atlantic Alliance. consistently deployed in the same type of mission, including Bulgaria, Lithuania, Estonia, and Romania, the Eurofighter Typhoon is confirmed as an effective and high-performance aircraft in support of the air policy mission within NATO.
Great. Thank you again to industry representatives for these presentations. And now we are approaching the last panel discussion of today's defense track at the Warsaw Security Forum. The topic is unmanned aerial vehicle and the future of combat aviation. Are manned fighters obsolete? And to moderate this discussion, we welcome to the floor Tomasz Murab, member of the board of the Casimir Pulaski Foundation. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Hello, welcome everybody to the last panel of today's discussion within the framework of defense track of Warsaw Security Forum. Because we've got only, I see, 15 minutes of this panel, so I will skip the introductory remarks and the introduction of our distinguished panelists, and I will start directly from the questions. So my first question comes to General Philip Bridlow, who is, of course, former Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, and first of all, F-16 pilot. So, General, in the war following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a Russian Air Force has been not able to win and maintain air domination over the Ukraine, also thanks to capable Ukrainian air-to-ground air defense capabilities. But on the other hand, we see how effective can be armed UAVs against hostile logistic, deeply behind enemy lines. So does it all mean that the era of the manned jets at end and the future belongs to UAVs, or it's too far to say that, General?
Well, a short answer and then a little bit of an explanation. The future of UAVs is bright, but the end of manned flight is not anytime in the near future. First of all, let's congratulate the Ukrainian Air Force, a much smaller force and a much ostensibly less capable force, has been managed extremely well, and they have been very good at masking their capabilities and where they are, and they really have basically thwarted all Russian efforts to establish air superiority. That's also important to your question about UAVs, and that is that the UAV currently is really only flown primarily in low-threat environments. Yes, nations are developing UAVs that are beginning to have stealth capabilities and working in high threat environments. But the big employment of UAVs in Nagorno-Karabakh, in Ukraine and other places have largely been in low defended areas, and that has allowed them. In the future, UAVs will have to become much more capable at penetrating a high threat environment to really be relevant on the battlefield.
Okay, thank you, General. My second question comes to our Ukrainian guest who just came from Ukraine with the first-hand experience from the front. So, observing situation on the ground, how do you assess the effectiveness of UAVs, but also other kinds of Western origin weapon, and what kind of capabilities the Ukrainian armed forces lacks in terms of UAVs and other defense equipment, and how, as a transatlantic community, we can help you to win this war?
Thank you. First of all, it's my pleasure to be here. And I was listening carefully to all the defense track today. And it will be my pleasure, and I think that's a very obvious invitation every time you hear from Mr. Zelensky, our president, to come to Ukraine and to understand what does it mean to see by your own eyes, not from the books, what does it mean, the conventional war. Because in the previous panel, we heard a discussion about armed vehicles with armor capabilities to be effective on the battlefield. But you have to understand that each of the weapon, it's not the past, it's only on the future. And UAVs is only the component, I would say, yes, a bright component, but nevertheless, you will never win without the infantry, without the special operation forces, or without the air forces, and so on and so on. For sure, on the very first days of the large-scale invasion and war, especially for ourselves, UAVs were the eyes. And that's how we actually managed to have some success on some battlefield position. And even now, they are using them as I would say, as a cars. You know, you never know what time electronic warfare will lay them down, or what capabilities on this or that position Russian forces have in order to put it down. But what I want to say that, going back to your question about the drones, UAVs from our allies and partners, we are lack of, I would say, striking UAVs. That's the very fast first our need. And if you want to see, and we want to see more Moscow's warships in the sea, or any other targets, high-value targets, that's how UAVs as a component works in the whole operation. Again, what we have now, but we are lack of that. That's about Bayraktars, and that's, of course, what we are expecting. Maybe one day we'll see Predators from US in using in our Ukrainian armed forces. But of course, I cannot mention about the kamikaze drones. That's the Switchblade 300 or 600 or Phoenix Ghost, and I want to mention what now Russians are using, especially during the last 2-3 weeks with the kamikaze drones named Shahid or Mohammed, if not mistaken. And that's what they're doing with the nightmares in Mykolaiv and in Odessa. And unfortunately, in some of them, or even in Russian UAVs, especially in Orlan, what we see, that's our partners did component details. And that's the question for our allies and partners, how we can find inside that UAVs our partners' details and components. That's a big question, unfortunately, till now. So I would say that the main attention and stress, what we are asking, that's about striking UAVs. But two more things. That's about anti-drone system. I cannot mention Lithuania and American strengths and working on that field, but we are now using and will use expecting from the American side Titan system to our battlefield. We're expecting them to receive. And of course, electronic warfare systems, because in order to be more effective in working with from the Russian side of their UAVs. Because Orlan, that's, I would say, what I saw and what I managed to see during the work on the battlefield and visiting soldiers, like couple of minutes, and you will for sure get the shell or they will hit the position. Orlans, that one of the main Russian eyes on the battlefield, and their quantity, I would say, that's endless or enormous. I don't know. And yes, this component is very effective from their side, but from others as well. And of course, the main value targets and positions and headquarters, what we found on the battlefield, it was thanks to UAVs.
Thank you very much. Let me focus for the while on more industrial part of our discussion, which leads me to Małgorzata, who was governmental plenipotentiary for UAVs in Poland. So Małgorzata, there is very few countries over the world which are able to produce like manned fighters or advanced transport aircrafts, but it's a little bit different when it comes to UAVs. So what country of the middle size, like this in Central and Eastern Europe, can do to join this family of leading producers of UAVs, both for military purposes, but also for the civilian ones? Małgorzata.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the previous notes about drones. I will speak from more industrial side, of course, and from let's say the public policy, because it's my specialism and my experience. I would like to bring you to the future, and we can imagine that in 10 years we'll see army of drones, and also in the on the civil side we'll see a new dimension of economy built on drones. Unmanned traffic is developing very fast. So we should look from the. My proposal is not to look from the bottom up, because now we are looking at the drone ecosystem bottom up, and we see what's happening everywhere. And the Ukrainian experiences are very significant, because there is action and reaction. But now, looking on what's going on in Ukraine and elsewhere, what, for example, the European Commission is doing in terms of introducing drones into the economy, we have some very important lessons to learn. And I think that it's a very complex issue. My opinion is that the new dimension of economy, and of course there are some common places, some common points in this. It's the usage of the airspace, of the lower airspace, especially. The upper airspace is a different issue, but the lower airspace, which will be utilized by military, by civil aviation, and also by special forces, by internal affairs entities. It's something that will be in a common use, and how the airspace will be organized in the future, how the traffic will be managed in the common airspace, is something that leads us to the point that we should focus on the traffic management. For the future, because of course during the war, military and in general military has a priority, but when will be a peace, it will be obvious that the airspace will be common and will be used by different stakeholders. It's the first. So traffic management system. This is definitely the topic that is being developed nowadays very fast. And for example, in Poland, we have some good experiences in unmanned traffic management system. And Poland is the first country, probably in the world, that introduced unmanned traffic certified traffic management system for drones in 2020. And I think also that it's important to see the variety of drones that will be in usage in the future. It will be not, we look at drones as on gun, but it will be also, of course, the transport of people, transport of cargo transport, and surveillance, and many other issues. So we should divide drones on cargo and robots that will collect data, will process data. So we should keep in mind that the variety of platforms will appear in the future. And so the lesson learned from what's going on in Ukraine, I think it's very important to keep in mind that it's something that is very fast developing and I think it's the last call probably for the government to look on the drone ecosystem from the top and to design the roadmap for development of all unmanned ecosystem in the future. So for the future, for establishing the capacities in Poland and elsewhere, it's important to have a roadmap for development, and also to establish a flagship projects. So to establish a flagship programs between companies, between probably states, and the last. Probably, but not least, what is important? This is a very new dimension, and we need capacity for testing and for certification. So what I would recommend to organize the future drone ecosystem correctly is to think about these capabilities, this capacity. So testing and certification. We need new standards, we need the roadmap, and we need the place and standards for the future. Because drones are not only gun, but it's a dual-use technology. So this issue should be discussed and concerned.
So Małgorzata, a simple question. So as a point, we are ready for the future? We are ready to introduce these UAVs, or it's a long way, to go ahead?
From the infrastructure perspective, I think we are very close. We are ready. We are flying, at least, for civil, especially in civil. But yes, I think we are well prepared, but we can be withheld by so now thinking about the future and planning, strategic planning for the future in these capabilities is important.
Let's come back to the military dimension of our discussion. General Wiśniewski, we discussed like 2 panels ago, the point as a military, as a center of gravity when it comes to military powers in Central and Eastern Europe. It's the same about aviation. We've got quite a strong fleet of jets. We wanted to procure some more. So as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we decided to increase defense spending. Minister Błaszczak mentioned it this morning. But what is our general strategy when it comes to Air Force? So what are our plans of developments of Air Force in the near future, but in the longer perspective, like decades ahead?
Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, distinguished panelists. So first of all, the Polish Air Force, of course, has 2 different approaches. One leg is about the planned procurement, and we are doing this for years and for years to come. And the second is urgent procurement, which is connected with the war on our border. I have to start with the information that we need the resources actually to modernize our military, our Air Force. So the good news that Poland meets the NATO objectives, 42% of our GDP per military for years. This year is 2.5. The next year will be 3% of our GDP. It means that we have resources which can be allocated to modernize our Air Force. But speaking about the programs which are already in place, of course, the purchase of the F-35, the purchase of Patriot program. By the way, this time in one of the town in the northern part of Poland, the Patriot system make the final assemble and will be ready at the end of this year. So that's important information. But I mentioned about the Patriot system because the part of the air and missile defense, which the Polish Air Force is responsible for, and having the Patriot in Poland with IBCS system, and in the future F-35, makes our system, our command and control system, very effective. As you probably know, the IBCS introduction means that we can put our sensors to the system and feed with the information about the possible target. But at the same time, this system can accept the new effectors as well. And I hope that today, or maybe Deputy Prime Minister Błaszczak signed up the contract for a NAREW program, which bring more effectors to the system. And IBCS, there will be the fire control system, which can take information and spread out among our effectors. And I'm very happy about that the F-35 can be additional source of the information for the IBCS in the future. And talking about some kind of the pre-plan procurement, we have to talk about the UAVs, the TB2, and I'm not going to talk about that. We see the pictures and the movies from Ukraine, so we see how effective the system is for ISR and for strike purposes. But I think that in Poland, that this TB2 is just the first system which will be introduced. By the way, Polish operator conducted the training in Turkey, and we'll get this system in Poland at the end of this year. But this is the only one layer of ISR and strike capabilities. As you probably know, the Deputy Prime Minister Błaszczak made a decision to buy the Gladius system, which is two different UAVs working together. But what is really important for me is that this is the combination of the new kinetic capabilities which will be introduced in our artillery regiment. So it means that loitering munition will be weapon on choice for the commander of the artillery unit. It's a brand new idea, and believe me, there is no TTPs in the world how to use the artillery missile strike and the loitering ammunition in the same artillery unit to meet the objectives of the higher commanders. So we're going to work on the TTPs, but I think that this is a brand new idea. And talking about the Gladius system, I like it just because they are very small birds. We see the pictures from Ukraine about how vulnerable the Orlan 10 system is and how many of them is shut down by the Ukraine GBAT system. It means that we have to make a choice during the wartime when we operate in A2AD bubble. So we have to have a very small UAVs, very capable but very small, like loitering munition or maybe fly-eye, which is provided to Ukraine.
And very effective.
Yeah, we're happy about that. We have in our military as well. Or we have to move to the stealth technology in UAVs, which allow them to penetrate A2AD bubble. But that's the future. Talking about the future procurement as well, we have a loyal wingman program in Poland. I know that the loyal wingman is not sexy. It's a man-on-man teaming concept. Loyal wingman belongs to Boeing, I believe. That's why it's not sexy anymore. But in Poland, in our plans, we have resources allocated to loyal wingman program. And we very carefully watch what's going on in the different air forces. We know the Australian Air Force is a leading force with integration. But we see what the U.S. Air Force is doing right now. Air Force Lab, very successful R&D program. I believe it's concluded. But what we think in Poland, we're looking for a loyal wingman for our F-35. So this loyal wingman should get attributes of the 5th gen fighter. The U.S. Air Force made a decision recently to allocate money for a future loyal wingman, which will accompany to next generation air dominance fighter. And that's the future. We'll look very closely for these capabilities. So I would say that yes, we introduce a lot of USVs to the Polish Air Force. We want to integrate this, and there is a couple of the systems which can accept the information or provide the kill chain, the decision to kill for the loitering munition or the strike UAVs.
Thank you, General. It's good to hear that we have some plans, like long-standing for the future when it comes to our Air Force development. I would like to open up to the audience our discussion, so please prepare your questions. But before that, I would like to come back to General Breedlove, and maybe General Wiśniewski would like to engage in the discussion as well, because we discussed in the backstage with General Breedlove his observation concerning the air operation over the Ukraine. So as I mentioned before, the Russian Air Force, regardless of the quantity advantage, quality is under the question mark, but the quantity advantage failed to surpass Ukrainian air defense. And Ukrainians, according to the Department of Defense assessment, still possess significant percentage of the both fixed wings and rotary wings aircraft fleets. So how Ukrainians did it? What's your observation? And what can we learn from Ukrainians as a NATO and especially frontline states here in Central Eastern Europe? General.
So I think we have to discuss a positive and a negative. The positive is that a smaller and ostensibly less capable Air Force was led very well and caused Russia to have a lot of problems with targeting. As you know, in the early days of the conflict, Russia fired many hundreds of missiles. A lot of those missiles hit empty targets because Ukraine had moved their air defenses around, and Russia was targeting old data and shot at nothing, literally, many of their missiles. And so these decisions, enabled to a certain degree by Western intelligence that helped Ukraine out, these maneuvers that the Ukrainian Air Force did to confuse Russian targeting were very successful. And I would also say the Ukrainian Air Force, while much smaller in number of fixed-wing aircraft, was also well led in that they were using their aircraft against appropriate targets, and they were, as we call, husbanding and not wasting their aircraft in places where they knew they would not perform well. So I would just say the Air Force was well led and the Western nations helped them. But we must also have a negative, and that is that Russia demonstrated that it had lost skill sets that we thought it had. We use the term SEED, suppression of enemy air defenses. We assumed that Russia still had this skill to do that mission. And if they had, they have lost it because they have not demonstrated the ability to track, fix, target, and destroy Ukrainian surface-to-air missile sites. This is a skill set that Western Air Forces, especially the U.S. Air Force, practice every day, all day in certain wings with specialized kit that is designed for attacking surface-to-air missiles. Remember the rumors before Desert Storm 1, the Super MES, the Super Missile Engagement Zone over Baghdad. Everyone said that it would take months, if not over a year, to penetrate the Super MES. It took about 2.5 days, and the Super MES was down because we work at being able to do this. And so the positive, the Ukrainian Air Force was well led, and they did a magnificent job of posing problems for Russia. The negative, Russia was unable to affect SEED and therefore was not able to take advantage of the airspace over much of Ukraine.
Thank you, General. So intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, training and practice, it's your lesson learned. What about General Wiśniewski? What's your observation from the Ukraine?
First of all, I would like to congratulate the Ukraine Air Force for how they doing, and actually they succeed operation. And I think that one of the most important mission for the Air Force is to create effective air defense system, and Ukraine Air Force were very successful. But I would like to mention about a few words about the Russians' performance as well. So first of all, I'm surprised that they didn't implement their own doctrine to gain air superiority as a target, as objectives. The second, we witnessed the lack of well-trained pilots and operators. And the third, what is obvious, they don't have a precision weapon system which can be employed to gain the air superiority and meet the objectives. If you look at the pictures from the airports or airfields attacked by the Russians, there's a 107 or 110 precise attack. The rest of the missile missed. If you compare what the NATO forces is doing, there's a 10 of 10 exactly on a DMPI designated by our targeting or weaponing folks. So that's a big difference. And I would like to mention about one thing, just we see the pictures about low-level flying, the jets and the helicopters trying to do the CAS mission or support their own troops. It's a very difficult mission. It's hard to fly low-level formation, have a situation awareness, use the electronic countermeasure, radars and other stuff, be on a target and put the bombs on the proper DMPI, believe me. So this is the worst for the pilots. And for sure we can see this, that the Russians cannot reach their objectives just flying low level and doing the attacks with loitering or just far from the targets. And on the other hand, this is very difficult for the pilots because you are exposed for the manpads. And that's why we see the Su-25, Su-34 and 35 shut down by the manpads. We are not trained to do this as a modern air forces. We would like to gain superiority, be high, see a lot, put the bombs on the proper target, talk with our JTAC, and be effective as a fighter pilots. If we're flying low, it's very difficult. It's workable, but very difficult, and we are vulnerable from the system like manpads. They can be everywhere. Every mountain, every valley, they can be a few of them just waiting for you to show off, and they can shoot against you. If you start defensive maneuver, you are losing the track to the target, and you cannot put the bombs on time. So I'm really surprised that the Russians didn't implement their own doctrine, and that's probably why we can say that Ukraine Air Force is so successful before they prevent Russians to implement the doctrine. Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, I agree with everything. And the Russians, once again, because they could not knock down the SAMs, the relatively few SAMs in comparison that Ukraine had, they were forced out of the medium and high altitude bombing, as the general has described. And now they're in an environment they have not practiced in. And if you remember during the 80s, 70s and 80s, we all were flying low because we didn't think we could penetrate the Warsaw Pact's SAM belts. But we practiced again all day, every day at flying low, and it was still very hard to do. But when you make this change in the middle of the war and you haven't trained for flying low, it gets incredibly hard to do. It's more dangerous, and you are absolutely inaccurate with your bombing from those kind of attacks.
Thanks, General. For the end, let me ask more general questions to our Ukrainian guest and Małgorzata as well. So against the background of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, also the Polish-Ukrainian relation became excellent. So, but I mean the political dimension of the relations. But in my opinion, our technology and industrial cooperation should also follow suit. So what does a government of Poland, the government of Ukraine, can do, to enhance and develop our relations and research and developments and industrial dimension as well?
So first of all, I think that we have to lead the example between negotiations between Ukraine and, for example, Turkey. As we have now, we will see the new industrial point for Bayraktars in Ukraine. And even though it's a bit challenging, or I would say not a bit, it's challenging, but I think the same we have to go as deep and as much with the Poland side. Why not? Or vice versa. You have to see what's going on our battlefield and to provide this or to build or to produce as soon as it's possible in Poland, because the question is, I think, to all of us. No one, that's my personal view while listening to the first couple hours of the defense track. I think in Europe, everybody is relying on the Article number 5, and that's why treating Russia as the enemy, but still not believing that Russia can attack Baltic or Poland borders with Ukraine or whatever. And that's why, yes, the eastern flank understands 100% what can be done by Russia here. But the rest of Europe is a bit, I would say, relaxed. And we have to, I think we have to be, you have to be prepared 100%. Not like 50-50, you know, maybe it's about only Ukraine, that's a gray zone, that's a battlefield, only 1,200 kilometers of the active front line, and so on and so on. No, the quantity of the even infantry, then armed vehicles, then drones, it will be less than Russia has now. That's very challenging for all of us, not only for Ukraine. We understand that the quantity of the Russian troops and army, like more than 1 million plus new mobilized people, and no one can say now how many of them they will involve into army. We are just saying here the partial mobilization, but like we can see it like in a month for 1,200,000 of people, new people in Russian troops, and we have to understand that we need resources to fight with them, and it's not enough for Ukrainians. It's not enough. So that's why, and I'm more than convinced that the victory and any results of the war will be found only on the battlefield, and that's the war between the artillery, UAVs, the quantity of that, because the intensity and the less quantity on our battlefield show the results. Yes, we're now very happy about our counteroffensive operation, but we are keeping silence about Donetsk region, about Bakhmut, or about other regions. We are happy now about Kharkiv, but still, I would say that October, November, December will be very crucial for Ukraine and for Europe as well, because of the crisis you have, and because of they will for sure start to hit the critical infrastructure, and then probably start to attack. Even despite the mood during the autumn and winter times, it's very low. So going back to your question. We have to use as much possibilities as we can. Building building in Ukraine, whether in Poland, but fast. We have to learn lessons very fast. No time to be just prepared. And please be serious with the Suwalki corridor, with the Belarus, and so on and so on. That's for us. That's not a joke, because almost nobody believed about the 21st of February. And the same thing can happen, unfortunately, to our close neighbors and friends.
I think in Poland we are aware of this risk. Well, just moving back to potential cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, I think it's a very, maybe not the word is not good, but very good example of opportunity, let's say, to build joint capabilities based on, I mean, the UAVs. I want to mention that many pilots flying in Ukraine were trained in Poland before the war. We observed a huge amount of new pilots being trained in Poland. Because in Poland we had 100 drone schools, so training centers for civil pilots. So I think it's very important to continue this and to train people. In Poland we have 100,000 pilots. of drones. These are statistics. They are different, of course, pilot. But we will need and we need in civil aviation as well, in civil drone aviation, we need very highly skilled pilots for drones. We lack these capabilities. So I think that training, and again training. And experiences of Ukraine, and I know that you have testing center next to Kiev. I think the testing center that Ukraine is organized, I think is the place to watch, because there they will gather all experiences and all lessons for the future. And I think it's also excellent opportunity for us in Poland to build joint capabilities for the future, because future will surprise us for sure. We cannot expect a lot, but yeah. And also, I think both Poland and Ukraine has excellent capabilities in aviation. I think we should revise and we should look what we do have in Poland and Ukraine, and to think about joint cooperation, about designing, about producing, about and about fast moves.
Thank you, Małgorzata. As I announced before, I'd like to open the floor to the audience. I see many hands. There is anybody with mics? Gentleman in the first row.
Wojciech Łuczak, I am defense analyst from Warsaw, Poland. Let me be honest. We have listened to the let's say painting of the situation, the picture of the situation in the over the Ukraine during the war, and the deficiencies of Russian operations are quite absolutely obvious. And my first question is that this is the picture, but what are the behind of the Russians such an effective way of using the air forces? General, please answer this question. And another issue, I'm going to put under the consideration the issue of the attacking swarms of the intelligent UAVs. Are we prepared, because in the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we have the first attempts to use the swarms, 3, 5, but not 100 or 300, something like that. How do you think would it be materialize such a very bad black picture of Ukraine right now? This is another question. Thank you very much.
Maybe let's collect one more question. I saw, gentleman in the third row. And after that.
Thank you. Jakub Knop from University of Warsaw. So in light of blunders of Russian Air Force in Ukraine, I wanted to ask, what does the future hold for the attack helicopters? And the second very quick question is, are you aware of what's going on with the Su-57, the 5th gen Russian fighter, and how could the Western sanctions impact the development of this platform? Thank you.
And I saw the lady.
Hello everyone, Yana Vannesyan, European Academy of Diplomacy alumna from Armenia. My question will be continuation of the first question. During this discussion we were speaking about the good or positive things of UAVs, like fighting against aggression, but like more than 6 years, Azerbaijan uses UAVs not only in Nagorno-Karabakh but also in Armenia, and I am an obvious witness of the using UAVs not only for the military purposes but also for non-distinctive and deliberate attacks on civilian objects. So with the everyday developments of manned fighters, do we prepared for it, and what we do to put it in legal limitations in accordance with international humanitarian law? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got like a little bit more than 5 minutes, so please be short, but nevertheless, we've got a nice bunch of questions, so it's a difficult job, but you're great intellectuals. General Breedlove, maybe over to you.
So I think that we answered a lot of your question earlier in our remarks, and that is that the performance of the Russians was diminished because they were unable to accomplish tasks we thought they could accomplish. And as the general mission mentioned, their skill of their pilots is low because the flying time of their pilots is very low. And so for all of those reasons, they were unable to accomplish tasks that Western air forces consider absolutely essential to fighting in the air. And while we congratulated the Ukrainian Air Force, and we should, there's also problems. If you remember when the entire, almost 40% of the Russian army was stuck in the mud and along these roads on the north side of Kyiv, if a Western Air Force had been able to attack that target, we would have eliminated 40% of the army that we're fighting now. And the complexion of this entire war would be different because none of those Russian forces would have made it out of there. Think of the highway of death out of Kuwait in the first war when you have unrestricted air power turned loose on a vulnerable land force. It would have changed the nature of the war. So while the Ukrainian Air Force did wonderfully, we still have a long way to go to help the Ukrainian Air Force train to be able to properly support the ground, which, although aviators don't like to say it, that's our real job. Establish air superiority, then support the ground forces. And that we have to work on. I would like to just make a short comment on fifth generation Russian capabilities. Do you know how long it takes to train, to be able to perform stealth capabilities? In our Air Force, we have a joke. How long does it take to train a pilot with 30 years experience in stealth capability? It takes 30 years to train a pilot with 30 years in stealth capability. And so the point of the matter is, Russia will try to build a fifth generation aircraft. They have really no experience in high-end stealth. They have no capability of building their own chips now. This is the problem we're finding with lots of the technology they're bringing to this fight, is they don't have the chips to build capability. So we have to respect it. We have to think that in the future they will come to a capability, but I'm not terribly concerned right now about Russia building fifth or sixth generation capability. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, so yeah, maybe yes for us.
I just want to say about the limitation, about the last question, about the limitation for any UAVs. Because you're from Armenia, probably, and people who are here took any part in any kind of war. War doesn't have any rules. And that's so. It means that no limitation work almost for Russian Federation. That's 100%. So we can talk this endless, but unfortunately it just doesn't work. Even if you put this limitation 100%. And I think UN presence and UN existing, it shows it 100%.
Vicky, Małgorzata?
Well, I just want to add, because it came to my mind. I think we should remember that drones are also it's systems. It's cybersecurity, which will be the key issue in the future. So something that we should keep in mind.
And General, please conclude our discussion.
Okay, let me answer the question. First of all, about the Russian Air Force performance, this is a classified response. I cannot talk about that. And there is unclassified. And you get probably the unclassified answer from the General Breedlove. When we talk, but I would like to tell a bit about the kill chain and about what the Air Force has to do to be successful. So we have to, we have to detect, fix, track, target, engage, and evaluate or assess. The Russian Air Force are not able to do all these steps, and that's the partial response. Attack helicopters, yes. Deputy Prime Minister Błaszczak sent LOR for 96 Apache helicopters. We're in a negotiation phase. They will be introduced sooner or later, depends on the lead time for a delivery, what the Boeing can do for us, but it's in place waiting for the answer. And yeah, that's pretty much what I had. Thank you.
I see General Breedlove.
I just want to jump on something that was just said that's really important. And this is what I do believe we need to focus on, because it is a unique strength of the West. And that is the kill chain and how many pieces it takes to make an effective kill chain. And part of the reason why I think the Ukrainian Air Force was really good in the beginning of the war is because we had some Western intelligence that was feeding them to help them know when to move their kit so that it wouldn't be targeted. And we were thwarting the Russian kill chain. And I think that the important changes in our air forces going into the next 3 generations, to include Ukrainian air forces, I hope, and certainly Polish air forces, is that we are getting ever better, every day better, at feeding all of the intelligence sensors of every kind from the battlefield into that kill chain to make it relevant and timely to be able to strike targets when they're there rather than after they move. And I believe that the Western Air Forces and the kit that we are employing is really going to enable us in an exponential way across the next 5 to 15 years in being able to stitch the kill chain that the general was talking about together and make our aircraft and our weapons ever more lethal because of the ability of those kill chains.
Thank you. I'm really sorry. We are out of time, and as you know, in the mind room, okay, let's 10 seconds.
I wanted to mention about the air forces, because Ukrainians fall in love with air forces. The legend was created about the Ghost of Kyiv, and I recommend everyone to read about the legendary air pilots who defended Kyiv in the very first months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. General Bilo, Solomia Bobrowska, Małgorzata Dorowska, General Wiśniewski, join me in the thanking of our panelists for this excellent discussion. And please make sure to go to the Warsaw room, as we are going to start the global outlook with the speech of First Lady of Ukraine, Oana Załęska, very, very soon. So please make sure to reserve your seat and join us in the Warsaw room. Thank you very much.
To the final set of speakers, and to Tomasz for moderating this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first day of the defense track at the Warsaw Security Forum 2022. It is neither the end of our defense theme panels or of the Warsaw Security Forum. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. It promises to be another fantastic discussion, so please make sure to join us, and thanks again for being with us today.